Here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Demon Interviews, where today we are going to be discussing The Dragon Prince Season 5 as Demon Media number 37. Just want to say we're going to be talking today with our very lovely guest.
Hi, I'm Miko-chan, 215, or you can call me Abigail. You can find me on TikTok, Instagram under that name, or you can find me on Facebook as Miko-chan Cosplay. I'm known for hosting panels at most Southeast conventions, mostly Georgia based. And I'm also an admin for the Atlanta Cosplayers group as well now. And I am an avid fan of the Dragon Prince and a Rayla cosplayer as well.
Oh, I'm supposed to go. Hi. My name is Avery Marie. You can find me on social medias under AVE_R_IE. I am a content creator and cosplayer based out of Georgia. A lot of different places in Georgia. I move a lot. I am a huge fan of the Dragon Prince. I have been since the very beginning. And I am a competitive cosplayer. And in the past year, I've actually been competing as Miss Rayla. So, wait, no. So Abby and I actually both met because of our Rayla cosplays, so it's fun to join back together for another Dragon Prince thing.
Yay! Well, thank you both for joining, talking about Season 5 and all of its adventures, so we'll get to that here in a minute. My name is Jen, Jen Period Cosplays 45. Find me Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. I am the host of Demon Interviews Media for today. Most of the time I co-host. I don't know what I do in the Dragon Prince fandom. I just love watching dragons, and Netflix is like, here you go, here's a show for you. So I do a gender bend Callum cosplay. I brought him to Ocean City Comic Con and had a lot of fun. I do book reviews of the Dragon Prince and all that good stuff. So, but as dragons, send it my way. I love dragons. Okay,
And your
and
talent is so good. You should check
oh,
it
thank
out.
you. Oh, thank you. Both your Raylas are absolutely amazing. They're
We
absolutely
gotta we
amazing
gotta meet up at
cosplays.
a con someday.
Oh my gosh. I will probably start crying. I will warn you. I have a big ball baby, so letting you all know.
Well, we all do Ruby and Dragon Prince cosplays, so we gotta at some point.
Crossover. Yeah. Later. Talk about it later. Okay, so today, like I said before, we're going to be talking about The Dragon Prince Season 5, which the book is titled Ocean. Just a little bit of housekeeping before we begin. We do not claim anything on the show. We are merely fans reviewing episodes of the show, giving our thoughts and opinions and insight about episodes. The Dragon Prince is a Netflix series with the creators Aaron Ehas and Justin Richmond. We have each selected an episode, which we will talk about in depth. Afterwards, guests can give their insights and thoughts about the episode, and then we'll move on to the next episode. So, we have all of that good stuff. We are going to go and get started with, again, Dragon Prince Season 5, Ocean. The season came out on July 22nd, 2023. I believe it was supposed to come out on July 27th, but they were like, surprise! Spontaneous release day for you all, and they released it a few days earlier during the San Diego Comic Con panel. As some folks may know, with the Dragon Prince, you do have to do your homework. The Dragon Prince website has the short stories. They're called Reflections, where they are mostly canon-based, little, I was going to say adventures. I love the word adventures, but just like little short stories of things that might have happened in between certain episodes, or like if there's like a time gap, they'll like write like a short story, kind of give like a little bit of character development. A couple of them that stood out is The Lost Child, which was Claudia and Terry looking after Viren. Claudia's kind of like having a reflecting moment. We have Deep Below, which Soren, Corvus, and Ezrin go to retrieve the Siren Stone at the Storm Spire. Ooh, alliteration much, maybe? Chasing Shadows. Once again, I mentioned it, I think, last video, but again, it's going to be very, very important because I'm gonna keep it vague because that's what we were talking about. Keep it vague.
My heart.
This is gonna explain how Rayla was able to get something to go to the place that they need to go in season 5. Keeping it vague, yeah. Also, there was a couple like honorable mention reflections. You have Ripples, which is Erebos, talking about humans, and the Queen's Mercy, where it talks a little bit more about Kimdale and how she became a queen. No, she became a servant to a queen. She didn't become a queen. She became a servant to the queen. Whoops. Messed that one up. So I have all of my disclaimers done, all of the back history done. We're going to go ahead and get started. So, our very first episode will be discussed by Avery. So, Avery, take it away.
Every time somebody mentions the Ripple story, I always remember when it came out and people kept misreading the title.
Oh, they did?
The font was a very bad choice. They saw the R as an N.
My.
Have you just understood what I said? Listen, when the writers start making jokes about it, it's fine.
Fair enough.
Okay, so episode 1 of season 5 is called Domina Profundis, and people that watch me on YouTube will make fun of me because I kept on mixing up Domina Profundis' name with Luna Tenebris. So I'm getting the correct name out of the way now. It's Domina Profundis. So we start off with Zim, Soren, Corvus, and Ezrin after they went to. I feel like I should talk about what they did in the short story. One of the reflection stories from season 5 was the 4 of them going to the Stormspire to go and pick up a pearl it was a box with a pearl in it, to call forth Domina Profundis from the ocean to request her help with finding Erebos. So the episode begins with the 3 of them going to, what's it called? There's no official name. To go to a beacon sort of thing, to put the pearl in, to call forth Domina Profundis to request her help with finding Erebos. We don't see her for most of the episode, so after they put the pearl in and the beacon is lit, we cut back to Katalis, where we see Rayla talking to her parents in coin form. She got them back at the end of season 4. Very happy for her. She talks about how she will do anything she can to let them out. Callum comes knocking at the door, and she uses Stella's portal to hide them. She has not told Callum about the coins yet. So, great job at telling they're still together in my heart, so I'm going to say boyfriend. Great job at telling your ex things, Rayla. So, Rayla tells Callum that she is feeling like they're helpless at this time with Ezrin going off and trying to get Domina, but Callum tells her that he's not doing nothing. He's working to connect to different arcanums, especially the Ocean Arcanum. We then get the bathtub joke, where Callum reads a poem. Do not ask why the ocean's blue or why the tides their time do keep. To love is to simply know this. Shoot. Something is true as the ocean is deep. I had it memorized. And Rayla makes a joke that he should just read poetry in a bath, and he confirms he does. Rayla then asks says that they need to figure out how do they kill a Star Touch elf. We then see that Viren has gotten very sick after using dark magic again, which I think this was confirmed. Dark magic, you get very sick after using it for the first time, and since Viren was technically resurrected, this was technically his first time using dark magic. So technically it's weird, but he's gone into a dark magic coma like Callum did in season 2. We see Viren, Claudia, Terry, and Sparklepuff. They're hanging out around a fire. Claudia's kind of freaking out, but they have the map that they got from Rexignius, which shows that Erebos is in the middle of the Sea of the Cast Out on a little brown island. We then see Callum is at the library where he is looking through books trying to find any information on Erebos, but like we saw in season 2, every time somebody looks at a page with Erebos in it, the information just magically goes away. Like all information does after a test. We then cut to the Sunfire plot, where Kareem is being exiled from the Sunfire camp, where he is told, basically, you come back, you will be killed. And he is made to take off all of his fineries, including a ring, which he says is made of tin. We don't know much about this ring. However, it has the show's logo on it, so it's bound to be important. We then see Rayla sneaking into Callum's office to try to figure out anything about her parents and the coins. Along with Stella, they manage to find the painting of the sheep where Viren's old hidden lair, I guess, is lair the right word? Lair was found. Callum then walks in. He's a bit suspicious, but Rayla somehow talks him out of being suspicious, and they leave together. Callum goes off to try to find some information after talking with Rayla for a minute, but as he's leaving, Stella steals the key to his office. So they go back in, they break in to Viren's lair, because Rayla's got to break at least one law an episode. Stella's no help. We cut back to Claudia and Terry, where Terry destroys Claudia's mental health mantra of there is no synonym for cinnamon by saying there are, especially in Earthblood language. Terry then tells Claudia, hang on a minute, I got an idea, and he runs off into the forest. We then cut once again back to Rayla and Stella, where they first of all find a fourth coin holding a human inside of it. We will find out more about that human in a future episode. But Rayla also finds some evil eyeballs, some evil scales, some evil peanut butter, and Runon's bow, which she is very heartbroken about. She has a vision of her parents and Runon, and she tells them that even though she wants more than anything to get them out of their coins, that she can't just yet. She has more important things to do, like save the world. So as she leaves and closes the painting, Opelli and the guard show up and they arrest Rayla, which leads to one of my personal favorite memes of season 5, Paula Burrows arresting herself. We then cut to Terry and Claudia again. Terry has returned to Claudia with a bunch of STEM toys to help her calm down, including a giant Adorabur and rocks. She is a true ADHD bisexual. Callum is looking for more information when he's the associate Crow Lord now. I wrote down Crowmaster, where the associate Crow Lord shows up and says, hey, your girlfriend's in trouble. She got arrested. And so Callum runs over to the throne room where Opelli says, hey, she stole stuff. She going to jail. But Callum basically says, don't worry. She can do whatever she wants. Let her go. She has a permit. So Callum says that he trusts Rayla unconditionally. My heart melts. And Opelli lets Rayla go. Once again, cutting back to Claudia and Terry. They are just cuddling by the fire when suddenly Sparklepuff starts acting weird. And then he starts screaming in English. And the only thing he can scream is blood of child, which you will find out what that means eventually. I thought I heard wrong the first time because his speech is so garbled. I thought he was screaming "Wild Tribe." I thought he was screaming "Water Tribe." I thought it was another Avatar reference. We get a lot of Avatar references. You never know. So, not lastly, second to last, Rayla goes to talk to Callum. Or she doesn't really go to talk to Callum. She's living in the room next to him, so she just knocks on the door. Callum and her start talking. She apologizes for everything. She says that she'll explain everything, but Callum says she doesn't need to. He's going to respect her boundaries on this. Again, my heart melts. So Callum and Rayla talk about what they need to do next, and Callum brings up the Great Bookery in the Sunfire Kingdom, Luxaria. They agree to leave to go together the next day. And lastly, we cut back to Ezrin finally, and Domina Profundus comes out of the sea. Domina is at first very annoyed that just a lowly human child would summon her, but Zubeia is there just to be like, hey, technically he outranks you. So they ask what she knows about Erebos, and Erebos says that she does not know where Erebos is, but she does know what he is trapped in, and that is where the episode ends. So, yay. And Bait got no screen time.
Nope. I thought he
7 out of 10, too little Bait.
Too little Bait, yeah. I also forgot to mention in the beginning too, spoiler warning.
Oh,
I
yeah.
forgot to talk about that. Like, I do that in every single episode. I'm like, spoilers. Like, if you haven't seen the
Well,
show or know
I
anything,
wrote down
spoiler.
like a bunch of little asterisks here just saying like don't say what it is.
Oh, that's smart. Yeah.
Because like the coin
Oops.
with the human in it, I'm just like, oh yeah, that gets revealed. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that gets revealed. Oh yeah, that gets
It's
revealed.
okay. Forgot. So,
To be
spoiler.
honest, like walking into it is a review of the entire season. I think it should automatically be understood that
Oh, yeah.
if you're watching this, it's going to be spoilers.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I
like,
just like to do it just in case.
Yeah, I know.
and especially like it'd be like it would be rude to like be like, alrighty, everybody, starting off, someone freaking dies. I don't
I know, that would be something else. So,
You walk in and it's just like, and this is a 100% fake spoiler. I'm just saying this to be funny. Just you
yeah.
walk in and you're just like, all right, the season starts off, Sora gets shot in the face.
Never know. Oh, no, it's good. Okay, so we finished
Rayla gets a gun.
this episode. I have chapters. Is it episodes or chapters? Oh no. I think I did this last time.
Kind of accepted as both.
Okay. Well, chapter one, whatever.
Because like season book, chapter,
that's exactly.
episode, tomato, Hotel Trivago.
Trivago, not sponsored. But let me see. Let's do this. So Avery, did you
give me money, I'm a college student.
Let's do this. Avery, you can do your thoughts about the episode, and then we'll do Addie, and then to Jen, because then I'll do chapter 2. So, go ahead.
So, I remember one of the biggest complaints about season 4 when it came out was that it was too slow. Mm-hmm. And I partially agree with that. I think that looking at season 4 as a season 1 makes it a lot better in retrospect. Mm-hmm. However, I do love that season 5, like right out of the gate, was just like, all right, let's go. Here we go. We're going on an adventure right now. no time to wait. If you're not caught up, have fun. And I do also like that we got a lot of references to the reflections already. There were some. One of my personal gripes of season 4 is we didn't get quite enough references to the reflections or the graphic novels. We did get some. I still remember all of when season 4 came out, everybody being like, where's Bella? And everybody was just like, you didn't read Through the Moon, did you? But I do like how we got some references to them already with them with Domina, with Claudia. We saw, I think we saw a reference or two to her reflection in that story. We see more throughout the season. I still think it's such a missed opportunity that they've never mentioned Rayla's letter from, like they never mentioned the Dear Callum letter. They've never mentioned it in the show. It's such a missed opportunity.
What is in the letter?
Have you not read Dear Callum?
Like more than that. Like I want to know more depth in it. I've read the letter, but like I want more.
But I want them to talk about it.
They need a big
They've
feelings
never
talk.
mentioned it. Ever. I'd like them to talk. Hey, episode 2.
Big feelings, come on.
I would like them to smooch.
Ezra and Soren just lock them in the room. You two aren't coming out of here until you big feelings talk.
Ezra's just like, I cannot keep putting up with this anymore. Either you two smooch or kill each other. One or the other.
Oh, dear. Alrighty.
I loved it. I'm sad we didn't get to see more Domina throughout the season. Because we saw a lot of her in the teaser images. And like she was made to be this big deal, and she's in one episode for 5 minutes. And she got a whole episode named after her. Because one of the first big poster that we got was like this huge wave with Domina like in the middle of it, and we never got anything like that, and that made me sad. Like that was my biggest gripe. Hilariously enough, the IGN meme 7 out of 10 too much water. I'm just like, no, not enough water. We needed more pirate time. I wish we had gotten more time like in the actual ocean in the ocean season. But I mean, season 5 is still my favorite season. I wish we got more Domina. I love what we got of her. Maybe we'll get more of her in the future. I don't know.
Domina who?
Oh, right. I forgot. Luna Tenebris. Sorry. My friend Chicken's gonna watch this and just make so much fun of me. I like what we got. I like how we very quickly got like, hey, this is our goal for at least the next few episodes. This is what we're gonna go do. We didn't get, because again, season 4 is basically another season 1. We didn't need a reintroduction. They were just like, all right, here we are, let's go.
Agreed. Alrighty, Abby, any brief thoughts, opinions? Trying to keep it brief.
So something Avery said, I do have to counter it about the being exes right now, especially later on, especially in an episode actually I cover about Rayla and Callum. Especially rewatching it yesterday. They never technically broke up. Right now, they never broke up officially. They are actually.
Can I give a counter for your counter?
Let her speak for a minute.
I actually have evidence that will come into effect later about it. And when it comes time for my episode, I can actually bring forth this evidence. I just can't bring
word of God.
This is turning into people's court, oh boy.
But I just
of God.
But I can't bring forth that evidence yet.
Quite yet. Can we just say that it's a little bit complicated? I think things are just left unsaid.
I think that might trump a lot.
Yeah, but it's like
Aaron E has stated their exes.
Like, but there is something they do say literally in
later on.
They say that, but the fact is, the conversation they have in the episode does trump, and I think the writers sit here and forgot what they literally wrote does counteract it completely.
Yeah.
So we will get to that.
Going with word of God, though.
We'll see. We'll see. Let's.
Anything when the writers literally wrote something, and the creators can say something, but if the writers have put something in canon, the writers can say anything, all that, or the creators can say whatever. But if they forget what they've already put literally in the show canon and literally said in the mouth, whatever.
What the God to a non-believer.
Let's put it this way. Let's put a pin just for now, and then once we get to the episode, we can kind of talk about it. So, I do think there's a love and a care there. You know, it's just they need to communicate. Like in any relationship, you need communication. This is not therapy or anything like that, but I'm saying those two need a big feelings talk. And if nobody in the show is going to do it, I'm going to find a way to insert myself in there and just make those two talk. I don't care how long it takes.
And not from Soren.
But yeah, when I get to that moment, I will bring forth that moment.
We will do that.
But thank
Jen
you,
is
Jen,
the
because
judge.
you actually gave me the episode for it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I wanted that episode.
I know. I literally, anybody that's watching, I literally had like a spinny wheel, and I'm just like, this is how we're gonna decide episodes. It's like,
Episode
so
4, episode 8, and episode 9. All 3 of us wanted so bad.
I know.
Jen approached me afterwards, and we changed episodes. And the episode you changed me was the episode that gave me it.
Because episode 4 gives me such anxiety, and we'll talk about it here in a minute. But
really bad. You could have
but we're
me. I would have given you.
We're getting a little bit too.
Also, the other thing I like to say is that trust issues galore. Trust issues galore. It's very much so. You can see how much Rayla has that starting this episode and going through, and that you literally see her having to work through that this season. And it's a very good start of it right here, a blinding thing of maybe we should work through this. Along with a great start of Stella being a klepto.
Yes.
And Stella. And just my last little thing is just a fun little tidbit little fun fact little Easter egg is the Ripple short story that was mentioned. That short little poem sonnet thing at the beginning of A Star Fell from the Sky, that little poet sonnet thing. I actually used that short story thing in the Genshin murder mystery we hosted at MomoCon last year.
I didn't go to that.
It's such a great little story. It's so
I thought you meant Ripple.
That first part was just so poetically written. It was so gorgeously written. If you haven't read it, if you don't want to read the whole story, read that first part, because how gorgeously written you can read it as a poet, sonnet, whatever. It's so gorgeously written. It was a beautiful clue that I was able to take, and we took the last 4 lines in particular, was able to recite it for people. It's just a gorgeous piece of literature, and I can't just praise it enough.
So shout out to Devin for that one. I just looked up who wrote it.
I just had to
Devin Eel. I think that's how you pronounce her last name.
I think so.
Also, congrats on her baby.
Oh, congrats! Yay!
She had a baby a few months ago. And congrats to her, Andy, and the other head writer for the Dragon Prince. They had a baby together.
But I just wanted to make sure, just reiterate that the short stories are really good, and just at least if you don't want to read the whole thing, at least that part right there is just a really gorgeous short read, and it's
chef's kiss.
All of the reflections are really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank such a.
I hope we get some for season 6. I don't think we will, though.
So wait and see kind of game. All right, so we're just gonna focus one episode, one chapter at a time. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up before we start the next one. And I was agreeing with Avery over here. More Dimina Profundus. She is such a beautiful dragon. I was so sad that she only got that one short episode and never see her again. But I'm hoping in future episodes that I'm hoping that in future seasons that she'll come back and stuff. And last but not least, hear me out on this. Marketing team, if you're listening. You know, like those squishmallows with the big squishy plushies and stuff? What if there was like a squishmallow of a Adorapur or an Adorabird? Just like a giant squishmallow. Like, shut up and take my money. So marketing team, if you ever see this.
I think I have my Adorabird pin somewhere, but I don't think it's in reach. But yes, I would buy all of them, all of the colors.
No, I need one. Yeah.
Take my money. I have a plushie addiction. Like, hold on, let me grab my Kirby.
Okay.
I have a Kirby that could work in this analogy.
But
yeah.
Hear me out. It has to have like the the fur part has to be that super soft, like really soft, like fluffy fur, like you know, the really fluff, like not like short fur, but like not like the scringly hair, but it needs to be
Yeah.
soft and like.
I know, just
This so
hug it.
fluffy.
Yes, that, but an
This
adore of
so
her.
fluffy.
Like, hear me out. I thought y'all would like
This
that.
type of fluffy. My brother got this for me for Christmas.
Oh, he's so cute. Yay. Okay, so with that, we're gonna go ahead and, oh my gosh, somebody's trying to message me. Shoo. All right,
The
so,
dress for this was a great idea.
oh, you all look fine. So, we're gonna start with episode 2, chapter 2, I don't know at this point, where we are talking about old wounds. So, I do like chunky, not chunky, but just like little chunks. So, like skipping back and forth. That's fine if you do that, but I like to squish everybody together. So, this one's a fun episode. Let's go. All right, so we have Claudia, Terry, Viren, and the Being. They leave camp, and Claudia is impatient as ever. So they all help carry Viren, with Terry reminding Claudia to go slow and steady. After a day of walking, Terry suggests resting, but Claudia insists on like keep going and everything. They keep going, but Terry's like pleading with Claudia. It's like this whole pattern cycle of communication until Claudia literally passes out with exhaustion. So Terry comes up with a game plan on how to sleep and move at the same time. To which the next day, I think later on that night, sometime later when Claudia wakes up, she sees that Terry has built a boat for them, and they're able to travel down the river in a boat all together. So that way you're able to sleep and move at the same time. So Claudia is pleased with this, and she and Terry kiss. Yay. My sister was very happy at that scene because she ships Claudia and Terry. So, yay. Meanwhile, Viren is in a comatose slash dreamlike state. Like, I think you call it like dark magic comatose. I'm probably going to start using that from now on. And he's kind of like, his like memories start flooding back. He arrives at the Mirror of Erebos, where he is on the other side of the mirror. Like, I think it was like his younger self or something. It was like on the other side. During this whole scene, we keep hearing like this child's voice, like calling out, like giggling, laughing. So he's trying to like figure out like where this voice is coming from, like who's this person. He arrives in an area where Kapar is, and Kapar is slash was Viren's mentor. Kapar tells him about how Viren looks, despite his upbringing. Viren asks him about his arm, to which Kapar says it was from one of his past mistakes. Viren says that he had no choice. Kapar says Viren makes the same choice, the one that gives him power. So Viren says that's wrong, he's just trying to protect his family. Kapar's like, no, like you want power, you want authority and everything. Viren again hears the child's voice, and Kapar just disappears. Just no idea. So Viren is then sitting on a throne wearing a crown. So because he's in this dreamlike state, you know, like sometimes you have like feverish dreams. That's kind of how I picture it. So it's kind of like, you know, you go from like one dream sequence to another. That's basically what's happening here. So after that confrontation, Viren finds himself sitting on a throne wearing a crown. Kapar presents him to the audience, and Opeli walks in holding a log like a baby and speaking backwards. The being, oh my gosh. The being that arrives and dances. Oh dear. Viren gets frustrated. He throws the crown, and when the crown hits the ground, there's like blood splattered on it. Viren then finds himself at the castle interior doors, and I think this is King Hera's bedroom. There's like arrows and stuff from the night of the fight in season 1. So that's cute. A little thumbs up. That's so cute.
I didn't know it could do that.
Magic. No kidding.
I saw it and I'm just like, the heck?
Oh.
Wait. That's so weird.
Cool.
That
All right.
phone is weird.
Interesting. I know, we're like, it doesn't work.
Special.
Aww. Alrighty, back to the episode. King Hera is sitting in the room, and he begins to speak with Viren. apologizing for their fights that they had before the night of the attack. Viren says he thought of King Harrow as family, and that's why he's like trying to protect him. And King Harrow also said that he thought of him as family. Speaking of value, King Harrow says, "Your soul is my treasure." We also see Pip arrive and begins to speak. When Viren turns back around, Harrow becomes possessed and speaks backwards and uses the spear/staff and tries to get Viren's soul. Viren finds himself in another part of a dream, seeming to be like coined himself. So he sees himself as a coin, but then he somehow exits the coin, and we see a small blonde-haired, blue-eyed child appear from, like, literally out of nowhere. Viren asks Soren, and the child runs over to him, calling out happily. The two hug and start to play. However, Soren starts to cough and turns into stone and fades away. Viren calls out he would do anything to protect his family. So meanwhile, Ezran, Soren, and Corvus, they're back at the Stormspire after talking with Domina Profundus. Ezran is going over his speech to the dragons, giving it a few tweaks with the help of Corvus and Soren. Ezran says he wants the words to match the gravity of the situation. Understood. Soren cuts in saying Ezran should be doing kid stuff, or he will grow up weird like Callum and Rayla. Ezran says he does not have time for things like that, saying he will not be deterred to do his duty. Soren sighs in frustration, saying that Ezran should have picked up on his own joke. Corvus was like, "I'm out. Peace." Saying that when he to which Ezran says, whenever he sits on his throne, he is reminded of his duty. Soren starts bursting out laughing. Ezran looks up in confusion, like, I don't know what's going on, and Corvus just calls out, in frustration, "Poop, my king, he's talking about poop." Ezran gets the joke and starts to laugh with Soren. Corvus sighs this time, saying that the line, "he will not be deterred," would be, I guess, best fitting. Soren and Ezran crack up laughing, and Corvus joins in. I took that part because I don't mind talking about that, because I've dealt with, like, small children, and poop jokes it's fine. I don't mind talking about it. So.
Kids, don't we?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all good. Alrighty, so now we're back in Katalis, and we have Rayla, Callum, Stella, and Bait. They are leaving for Luxaria. We find out that Rayla is not a morning person. We have a Callum moment where he talks about the library, which was similar to Sokka's in Avatar: The Last Airbender. There we go. Because they both want to spend the day at the library. Same. We have Barius Baker comes out to greet them, as well as Opelli, and he gives Rayla the hot brown morning potion, aka coffee, and his latest invention, which he calls Doughy O's, or donuts. They are a hit, and Rayla and Callum leave the Katalis area. They travel for most of the day, and as nighttime approaches, Rayla remarks on sleeping outside, while Callum mentions a cozy inn ahead, and Rayla agrees. The two go to the inn for the night. Then the next day, it's like, "You're robbed, Raylan ship is robbed.
What happened in the inn?
We want to know. Fanfic writers, do your job." They talk about their stay. Oh, send it over later. Let's see. Yeah, so they go to the inn, they spend the night at the inn rather than rugging it outdoors and all that. So they're talking about their stay, all the free breakfast and all this good stuff. The two make it to the border, where they talk about the place is a bridge between two worlds. Despite the dark magic that was used, crossing together, that was used and whatnot, that it takes some time for an old wound that is healing. So crossing this together, they're talking about an old wound that is healing. It's like, maybe there's something more in there. We'll see. Later that night, they're indeed roughing it. They're spending the night outside, and we get, there was like a trailer moment where they're talking about the stars and everything, so we see that scene in episode 2, where Rayla's talking about, "Oh, well, that's Scarlet's belts and all this stuff," and Callum's like, "No, like, that's, like, spoon and all this stuff." So Callum eventually talks about the big spoon, which is like the Little Dipper. But Rayla talks about Garlath the Annihilator. Never say it. In his his accessories. Callum asks about the big star, saying it is referred to as the South Star. Rayla puts her head on Callum's shoulder, and Callum puts his head on top of hers, and we all started squealing. Rayla says that the bright star is called Leola's last wish. Later that night, Rayla wakes up with a start, and the group is attacked by a dark panther with glowing red eyes. They accidentally left Bait behind, so they go back and get him. Rescued, the group move away from the panther, who is pursuing them. Callum he's steering the creature and everything, as Rayla uses an arrow to defeat the panther, which explodes, but the panther walks away a bit unharmed, maybe a little bit startled, but he was able to survive an explosion arrow. The panther falls away, and they continue going and traveling through the night, with Rayla whispering, "Thanks, Athari." There was no sign of General Maya, Queen Janai, Gren, or Akazi in this episode. And that's it. That's all she wrote. So, you're next. Okay, so I'm going to do Abby, Avery.
I have
Abby.
a ton of behind the
Avery.
scenes info from this episode, actually. So.
Ooh, yeah, let's do Abby. Abby, what are your thoughts about episode 2, chapter 2? Do you enjoy it?
So, one of my favorite things about this episode is that there is the fact that in the Dragon Prince, they have room service and tiny little mints on pillows.
Yes!
Aww, that's cute.
And then little soaps and they have the
Rayla likes 2 things. It's canon.
That's the thing. I also think
it's really girly.
That it's also canon that so in D&D I made Rayla in D&D. And in D&D, Rayla's not great with a bow. At least my D&D one. And it was funny to see that I predicted that Rayla in Dragon Prince was not great at a bow at first. And it was very hilarious to predict that and seeing her not being great at first. Like, seeing her miss a majority of the shots at first. Like, me seeing this and I'm just seeing it and I'm just like...
He's trying.
Sorry, Rayla. I didn't mean to predict this.
It takes a bit of practice. Like, I've done a little bit of archery, and it does take a bit of practice. So, ridiculous.
But like you would have thought she might have had the practice, considering she was a prodigy. She lived with a weapons master, someone who literally made weapons, and she was taught so many different styles and stuff before she settled on one and was trained to be an assassin. Like, you would have thought she would have learned to pick up the bow before using it, considering she knew how it separated out. So it's kind of like, all right, Rayla, at some point, maybe you should just stop using it.
Ta-da!
So it was a little funny.
It is.
You mentioned the bow, and I was just like, wait, I have mine!
It's really awesome looking.
Thank you. I have the quiver and arrows, too, but I don't have the energy to drag them out, too. I hide them behind my bed, because I'm technically not allowed to have it.
Ooh. We're showing it off camera. Oh dear. I hope I don't get you in trouble.
Nah.
Okay. Okay, so
we discussed this beforehand while I was building the bow. While I was building that bow, though, I was just like, I swear, if she's bad with it and she never uses it, and I built all this for nothing.
I thought it was funny that, like, every time she kept wanting to use it, and she kept using it versus her own weapons, and I just kept looking at her like, sweetheart, you actually good with a weapon? Let's stop using the one you're not great with for now. Maybe go practice with that. And
she doesn't use her swords at all.
Yeah.
She uses her swords to take off nails in episode 1, and then she never uses them again. I was so mad. The cosplayer in me was mad because I spent so long on those swords.
Maybe she'll use them more later on. So wait and see.
Oh no, she made blade. Spoilers, shoot.
Oh, it's okay.
She may get a new weapon.
It's exciting to see.
Which if she does, I have told Aaron I will find him.
There you go. Alright, Abby, any other thoughts? Nope. Alright, turn it over to Avery. Thoughts about episode 2?
I have fun behind the scenes information. So for starters, there was actually a cut scene in the end. It was cut for basically it was a whole D&D bit, and it was cut for not really fitting. They were just like, kids wouldn't get this joke. So the whole thing was Callum and Rayla walk in, and there's this guy going around just like, I have a quest. Would you like to go on a quest? And they're just like, we're already on one. We're good. So that was basically the scene that was cut. I wish I could have seen that, but we don't actually see what happens in the room. So fanfic writers have fun. I do not read fan fiction, but I am friends with a lot of fanfic writers. I know my friend Lydia has written. If y'all read fan fiction, you may know Lydia has read. I don't know. I think she writes on AO3, but I think one or two of my other friends have written fanfic about that, but it is definitely not canon in our kids show world, is what I'm saying. Okay. The scene with Viren sitting on the throne and Opelli walking in holding the log is actually a reference to a show called Twin Peaks. I've never seen Twin Peaks, but apparently a lot of people loved that reference. I don't know. But Opelli speaking backwards, I do have a translation of that. It is, and it's so weird. The jelly tart you like is going to come back in style. That is what she says. Verbatim. It's weird. The beginning of Viren's dream is a reference to the opening of the show Mad Men, which I did know. And Baby Soren is voiced by Mr. Aaron E. has his child. His I think it's his son. Yes, his son. His youngest son voices Baby Soren. So I thought that was cute. He's actually had both of his kids involved in voice acting in the show now. His oldest plays Anya.
Ooh.
So lots of cute behind the scenes facts. If you follow me on any social media, you know that not any. If you follow me on Twitter mainly, you will know I watched this show with a now 7-year-old that I nanny for, and her reaction to the scene with Callum and Rayla was all of our reactions, screaming at the top of her lungs so loudly that I had to pause the show for a few minutes. We all freaked out over that one. It was so cute. And we all thought that would lead to more. I really loved Viren's whole thing in this episode, and something that a lot of people pointed out throughout season 5, I think it really started with this episode. You really begin to see the parallels between Viren and Callum. Because you start seeing them now, but like as the season goes on, you see them more and more and more. And like by the end of the season, you're just like, oh no, this ain't good.
You see what desperation does to someone, the lengths they'll go to protect someone they care about, and as they say, the path to hell is paved with the good intentions.
Exactly, because Viren. The thing about the Dragon Prince is, I've said this to many people, there's no villain in the Dragon Prince. Because everybody except Erebos. Everybody thinks they are on the side of good. Nobody thinks that they are doing the wrong thing. Nobody thinks that they are evil. Everybody thinks perfect example is our main group and Claudia. They're all just like, if Erebos gets out, this will be a really bad thing for everybody. But Claudia is just like, no, if Erebos gets out, it'll be a good thing. So Viren and Callum both believe they are doing the right thing. Viren went about it the absolute wrong way, and we're kind of seeing Callum might start go down that path as well. I don't need to update my computer. we really start to see, we started to see it in season 4. We really start to see it now, just the parallels between Callum and Viren, which also led to my least favorite fan theory of the season, that Viren was Callum's father. That was such a big theory, and I hated it so much. And there's a moment later on in this season where I'm pretty sure everybody who believed in this series went, "Wait, I was kidding." I think when we point it out, I'll mention it. But I love that we are getting to see, like, no, there's no like good or evil in this show. Everybody is on the scale of morally gray. Just some are on the lighter side, some are on the darker side. Some are Claudia, and they're getting really dark there. But you see it more and more in the later seasons that there isn't really any. There's no heroes and villains. There's protagonists, but there's not really anybody that is truly good or truly evil. I mean, a member of our main trio started out this show with multiple counts of attempted murder. So you really just, it's less about who is truly good and truly evil, and more about who is doing the right thing in the right way. But this is one of my favorite episodes, not just because of oh wait, actually, another fun fact, the stargazing scene was originally going to be in season 3, but they cut it, and then they added it back for season 5. Because they did this scene, slightly different version of this scene at a convention in like 2019. They had Jack and Paula, the voice of Callum and Rayla, basically read the scene as it was, and it was them and Zadia together, but it got cut due to time, and I guess they liked it enough that they wanted to bring it back for season 5, and they did. So we got the stargazing scene, which is my heart. Me and I've mentioned my friend Lydia. My friend Lydia cosplays Callum, and we're going to be doing a performance competition as the two of them. DragonCon, I believe, this year. Yeah, DragonCon. And if we don't get a scene in season 6 that we really like, we're going to be doing the stargazing scene, because it's our favorite Raylan scene. So, love that scene. Love this episode. Terry deserves better.
Terry deserves the whole world.
Terry deserves a better girlfriend.
Such a good boyfriend. Oh.
He's a good boy.
Best boy.
Every time people are just like, Terry's the best boy in the world, I honestly just am like, and his voice actor is the best too. I love you, Ben.
Great appreciation. All right, so we're gonna wrap it up with, episode 2 here, and we're gonna go right into episode 3, which will be covered by Miko-chan. You have the floor.
All right. So the episode starts with the team kings are, king and prince. So you got Zim, Zembeda, oh gosh, Zim, Soren, and Corvus. They actually meet with a bunch of dragons to try to get them on their side, to basically raise, I almost want to say raise an army of dragons, and announce to them about the dangers of Erebos, and the fact that right now Claudia and Viren are currently on the loose trying to liberate Erebos from his prison, and that they needed their help to find them and stop them from doing so. So they ended up convincing the dragons to assist them, and that is where we leave them off for the moment, after they recruit all the dragons to help them go and look for our escaped convicts. In the meantime, at the Sunfire Camp, we finally get our first real look at Janai and Amai. And Janai is currently been having nightmares of what happened at Luxarena when her sister died, when Erebus killed her, and she's just reliving that nightmare over and over again. And so she wakes up from that nightmare and wakes up Amaya. And so Amaya, trying to sit here and cheer up her fiance, decides, well, let's start, you know, planning our wedding. That will cheer you up, that will distract you. So, nothing better than wedding planning. You know, totally stressful at the same time. I don't know what you're talking about. So that's going on during the sunflower camp. Flower camp. Great.
I
Sunfire
like
camp.
it.
In the meantime, you know, you have Terry, Claudia, and Viren. Terry and Claudia having cute little romantic moments, and just Terry's giving Claudia a flower as they're just drifting down the river past, just nice and enjoying their little river adventure, and not knowing that this whole time Viren's just stuck in this coma. Um, and like reliving the fact of using using the moment he used dark magic to save Soren. And you kind of get the idea at this time, and you find out later through other sources that the reason he used dark magic was to save Soren's life as a toddler. And as soon as he saved Soren, Soren, as a toddler, looks up at him and becomes terrified of his very dark mage awfulness, rightfully so, and runs off scared. And because of that, he ends up back at the mirror again looking at his old self, his younger self. And his younger self is looking at him and is like, is this what we become? Like his younger self questioning the morality of this, and like why they're having to do this, like just the good versus evil of this. And it's like he's trying to convince himself, like, I did what I had to do to protect my family. And he's like, did you really have to, kind of thing. And just this smack talk from his younger self of like, but basically, was it worth it? And you kind of, honestly, after this season, I became a little bit of a Viren sympathizer, and I never expected it. Never. Like, I came to understand him, and I never saw it coming. Like, I always was like, I'm just gonna hate this person. Hate him. Never gonna like this person. He is awful. He is a villain. And then after this, and then later on, I'm just like, and seeing he started this with such good intentions, and it just corrupted him. Like, because it's just, you can see dark magic just, you do it once. You do it once to help someone.
Drugs.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
It's
Drugs.
it is like an addiction, not same thing, because it is a sensitive topic, but yeah, the more you do it, the more it becomes. So yeah.
I made a joke like that a while ago.
Well, you're fine.
But
Go ahead, Miko.
it's like a little off topic, but it's like it has to do with that back and forth in the mirror. You can see it. It's basically that angel and devil on the shoulder, basically going back and forth, and you see that conversation in real life. Meanwhile, back at the Sunfire camp, you finally see Callum, Rayla, Bates, and Stella reach the Sunfire camp, and they run into Gwen, and they're just like, where's General They're like, how's things going here? And he's just like, it's going as well as it can. It's,
Situation.
you know,
The final situation.
you know, you have two races who hated each other for so long. They're trying, and he's like, okay, well, where's General Mai? Where's Amaya? Where's Janai? And he's like, well, and like the way um um Gwen said it, it made it seem like something bad had happened. So Callum and Rayla just start panicking. And so he's like, you just, it's better for her to tell you herself. And so
She's
they
dead.
start panicking and they're just rushing off to see her. See her. Meanwhile, inside the head tent, um, you have Janai and Amaya like settling on the flowers for their wedding, and they're down to two choices. And Janai's like, but can't Amaya just like just pick the last one, like settle it just one more. Like I can't make a decision, and it's like Amaya settled it down to two. You make this decision and all, and like she's just so indecisive about it and just doesn't want to make a decision. And at that moment, Callum and Rayla come rushing in, just like freaking out. It's like, what's wrong? What's going on and everything? And they see this going, they witness the scene, and Maya's they're just like, what do you mean? And Rayla sees what's going on, used to elven cultures, elven culture, and then immediately clicked. Someone's getting married, and that's when it gets broken. Surprise! And so the news gets broken out that um, Callum's about to have two aunts. So gay marriage. Woo!
Gay pride.
Love it.
It was a precious moment. We love it. And they were so worried, like the world was gonna end, and it was great. And then Callum had to explain, yeah, but the world is actually gonna end because everyone's gonna try to get out. So yeah, so back over on the raft, during the fever dreams, Viren is witnessing um, an eclipse in the ocean, and he's like, it's all dark, and he's just there, and he sees a young version of Claudia. It's like, hey, Dad, I'm following in your footsteps, and she's just hopping along, and then slowly she just pops into her normal version, her regular self, and she's just walking into the water, and then she gets swallowed up by the wave as he tries to stop her, and she's just swallowed under. Meanwhile, while that's going on, rapids are hitting the raft, and the raft gets overtaken, and he falls under the water and starts to drown. But Claudia goes in, saves him, pulls him out, and is no longer breathing. Reminiscent to volume 3 when Callum just starts not breathing at that point. Oh, 2, yeah.
What? He's not
I
breathing.
know,
Have some
I'm
balloons.
talking about really not breathing. Gosh. Oh,
Turn this off. What did I do?
so excited about Viren not breathing. I see.
What is this?
So, yeah, so that happens, and luckily, they manage to get, he manages to break out of the trance, and he wakes up and is alive. He's good. He breaks out of the coma. He's okay again. Um, Meanwhile, Callum is explaining to everyone that Zim and them are trying to find out more information about Erebos' prison and why they're doing that. He needs to he needs to go to the um, the Lux Arena to the Great Bookery to find out more about how to kill a Stark Touch elf and everything. But not General Mai, Janai is adamantly against this because when Viren corrupted it, it basically corrupted all the everyone in there. And so animals that were corrupted, elves that were corrupted, humans that were still corrupted, any scratch that you got from those creatures, you yourself became corrupted. So they could not, when they tried to reclaim it, they just ended up taking on more losses, and it basically became a loss. They could not save anyone who already became corrupted. So she banned anyone from going there. So she told them, no, you're not going there. Like, I forbid it. And they're just very upset by this. Like, that's not happening. Um, and they're just like, what? Um, so you ended up, there's a flash to Corinne. So, Janai's sibling, who is in the desert just walking around, and he sees a sun elf approaching, and he's confused, afraid, so he starts like trying to make a run from it and like starts to hide. And then it goes back to our other crew, and they're mad. They're basically in a tent, and they're upset that they're basically under house arrest. House arrest. And so they're mad, and they're like, look, we basically fought an army. We took down Viren. Like, did you forget everything we did at the Storm Spire and everything? So they're like, no, you think you're going to stop us? Teenage rebellion. So they're like, we're going to go do it anyway because, you know, nothing's going to stop them. So, yeah. So they're going to sneak out anyway. So Amaya and Janai aren't dumb. They know them well enough that they ain't gonna listen.
I think you said they were dumb, and I was about to say what?
But they ain't dumb. Amaya's only known Callan for his entire life and has an idea of what they're like. So Amaya meets with Janai as like Janai knows that Amaya is gonna go with them, and she feels better knowing Amaya's with them. So she gives over her Sunblade, wishes um, her safety, and finally chooses a flower for the wedding, and
That was the
sends
most
them off
important
with
thing.
her blessing.
She chose wrong, by the way.
I like the other one better too.
The other one was better.
So, and then meanwhile, Turin, who was running away from the Sun Elf, he finally ends up making a stand against him to find out he was a former high priest of Luxarena, and he ends up finding that the guy wasn't stalking him, but actually trying to make contact with him because he wants to follow him and wants to help him reclaim the Sun Elf's former glory. So he wants to basically lead a rebellion against Janai and stuff because flock of birds of a feather flock together. Dumb people.
Let's make racism good again.
Yep. So they go and they decide they're gonna go try to figure out how to go do this together because they think they're so smart. So, Callum
Says
and
the man
Rayla.
who fought his fireproof sister with fire.
Um, so Callum and Rayla start getting stuff together to go sneak off and leave when they run into a Mai, and they start very poorly lying because we know Callum can't lie to save his life because he's a good boy. Um, and Mai calls him out on it, and it was like, yeah, no, this looks exactly as it seems, and you're not going without me. So they start to go, and then Janai comes up and is like acting like she doesn't know, and she's like, "What is this I see?" And it's like, "It's not what you see." Oh, it's exactly what I see. And Amai's like, "Oh, she knows." Just wanted to scare them and everything, but
Calling her aunt rank.
you know you just gotta scare them and make sure they know they're doing something stupid.
They don't
But
have parents. They need someone to.
they do.
Jesus Christ! That was way too dark even for me.
Doesn't have parents.
Dead? Realize her coin.
You can't
Well,
just say that. That's rude. But after that,
Everybody in this show's an orphan.
but yeah, after that they take off for Luxarina, and that's where it ends.
Yay!
Balloons.
It's awesome.
Discord's weird. Discord on my phone is weird, apparently.
I don't know. I'm fascinated though. So let's see. Forget what we did last time. I think
You start this time, I think, Jen.
oh, I do?
Mhm.
Okay, I can start this time, and then we'll go Avery, Miko-chan. Yeah, and then back to Miko, because then Miko's going to cover episode 4. I'm so sorry, my phone's being dorky. Let me see. So real quick, chapter 3, the only note I really have is Tiny Claudia had my whole heart, and everybody was like, Tiny Soren, but Tiny Claudia was just so cute and innocent, like following the footprints in the sand, like, I want to grow up and be like you. And not only that, but when season 5 came out, very shortly after, Puzzle House came out, which is a story talking about Claudia, her introduction to magic, and everything like that. So it's like seeing what's happening in season 5, which we'll get into more here in a minute, and then reading Puzzle House, it was just like, oh, that was all the emotions. So that was.
If y'all ever need someone to talk about Puzzle House, I can go on a 30-minute tangent about how stupid Puzzle House is in the timeline. It messes up the entire timeline.
Maybe I will do that. I don't know. I don't want to say anything,
So
but
dumb.
it's topic for another day. We'll put it that way. So that was my only little bullet point that I had.
I will explain
So.
this to y'all separately.
Hey,
Okay, so I agree. Baby Claudia and Soren both have my whole heart. There were so many mean jokes about baby Soren, though. It hurt. He was so cute. People were saying he looked weird. He was a baby. I also, apologies if you can hear everything. I have very thin walls here. I also live next to train tracks. Fun. My school cost way too much. One of my favorite scenes of the whole season, honestly, was Callum and Rayla in the tent just being like, they can't stop us. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Them just like riling each other up, just like, we are going to go do this stupid thing and nobody can stop us, right? I know the writers made jokes afterwards that they were just like, we're slowly gonna make Rayla even more Scottish. And they were just like, her saying "too right we are" was us making her more Scottish. And they're just like, by season 7, she's just gonna be speaking only in Scottish slang.
I approve.
Just make her more Scottish. It does make me laugh though that like most of the Moonshine Elves are British, and then there's just Rayla and Athari with very thick Scottish accents. I love Janai and Amaya. They are the cutest canon couple at this point in time. Miko, you will have your moment with Rayla in a few minutes. But think we all agree, though, she chose the wrong flower. The
I
sunset
can't
ones were
remember
prettier.
the flowers. I don't
The
remember what they
crimson
look
ones are
like.
beautiful, but the sunset ones are prettier.
Yeah.
But I love their dynamic. Even though Amaya's saying, "Hey, I know it'll take your stress off." Planning one of the most stressful events in a person's life.
Yes.
So much less stressful. And when she said that, I was just like, Amaya, have you planned a wedding? I've watched people plan weddings. They're more stressed than normal. This is not helpful. Honey, you watched your sister get married twice, I think.
Maybe.
We don't know if she was married to Callum's dad.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Also, she's watched people lose siblings. She lost a sibling. She knows, like, Amaya, honey, I love you, but that I'm gonna take your stress away I think like listing the most stressful situations in people's lives, weddings is either number 2 or number 1. I think it's switching with childbirth. I think childbirth and weddings are either 1 and 2. But
childbirth is more painful. Weddings seem to be more stressful.
True. I'm more stressed over the fact that I'm gonna have a kid, though. Not now. This is.
I was like,
just someday in the future. No.
Right on.
Unless Jesus is coming.
Oh my goodness.
That is my favorite thing to tell to my doctor. They're just like, "Is there a chance you're pregnant? Is Jesus coming?"
There you go.
Not unless Jesus is coming. I mean, hey, I was about to say we may see like Janai and Amaya have a child before the series is over, but biologically.
I don't know if we can talk about stuff like that on this show, but
Yeah.
even if they adopted or something,
Yeah,
they'd be such good
they'll
parents.
they'll adopt Callum and Ezra, honestly, at this point. That's
Exactly.
pretty much how it's looking. I wish that we got to see more of Ezrin this season. This is one of my biggest gripes with season 5 was that Ezrin in the first 3 seasons was like, there was the main trio. It was Callum, Rayla, and Ezrin. They were the main characters. Ezrin has basically become a side character. We see him pretty much as we see some side characters nowadays. The second half of the season, we see him a lot more, but when he's not with Callum and Rayla, we don't see him.
He's not animated.
We saw him for 2 scenes in episode 1. I don't think we saw him at all in episode 2. No, we saw him in 1 scene in episode 2. We saw him in 1 scene in episode 2. We saw him in 1 scene in episode 3. Whereas we get about half of the episode focusing on Callum and Rayla's plot.
I mean, but I feel like they're flying a bunch. Like they're on Zubea Express, just flying to there and stuff.
It just also, it feels like he's kind of been sidelined.
My gripe with this season is that they try to juggle too many storylines at once. What they seem to be trying to do, I think, lately, and it's like I like the lots of things, but when you're juggling this at the same time, then you're not going to be able to give the proper amount of attention and focus to everyone. Especially, it was really bad in season 4 because they were doing too much, and it felt like.
And season 5 has even more storylines to juggle. Season 4 had 4 main storylines. Season 5 has 5 and at some point 6.
Yeah,
because season 4 was main group, Claudia's group, Sunfire plot, part 1 and 2. Because Kareem and Janai and Amaya was kind of separate. Season 5 we have Callum and Rayla, Janai and Amaya, Kareem, Ezrin, Erebos kind of in the background, Viren, Claudia. Everybody's storyline was so separate that we were having so many separating stories, which Dragon Prince is amazing at storytelling, but it is not the best at being cohesive with it. There's a lot of moments in season 4 and 5 that I was just like, okay, a lot of information is coming in at once. And the issue with season 4 was that you were getting a lot of information, but it was moving forward at a snail's pace, basically. Season 5 has a bit of the opposite issue where they're giving you a ton of information, but you're getting no time to digest it. Because they're just like, all right, on to the next storyline. There's so many cuts between like the different storylines, which season 1 through 3 did have multiple storylines, but we would see there wouldn't be as many cutaways between them, I don't think, in seasons 1 through 3. And again, season 5 is still my favorite season of the show personally. But like, if I were to tell people, I say that in terms of writing, season 5 is the best character-wise, but in terms of actual story writing, season 3 is the best. I do, though. I love that Janai has very much entered her on role with Callum at this point. Like, she's fully accepted, like, this is going to be my nephew. I can make fun of him a little. And I did make a bit of a joke about Callum not having any parents, but I do like how we saw it in seasons 1 through 3. Amaya has taken a very maternal role in Callum and Ezrin's life, and I think we are going to get to see it a bit more with Janai. We know that she has a bit, I think her sister had a bit more of one, but she had a bit of a maternal role in Kareem's life, so she's kind of transferring that energy to Callum now. You mentioned, Abby, Soren getting healed when he was a baby.
Yeah, he got sick with something and really sick, and then he resorted to dark magic to heal him.
That was, I believe, I literally have the novelization right there. It's helping me balance my phone. It was mentioned, I believe, in the first season's novelization. Which, by the way, can we get the season 3 one, please? It's been years. It's coming out in October.
Okay, yeah.
But I love that we get references to the actual novelizations. I know the novelizations are considered semi-canon, not fully. Partially because of the age changes. Ezrin is 8 in the books. But I love how they are acknowledging stuff that happens in there. I love that they acknowledge stuff that happens. I know that they acknowledge some of the short story stuff. They talked about Janai's short story. Janai's short story this past season was her trying to liberate Luxaria, which she failed at because zombies. And I don't think what you did mention, Abby, was the healing of Soren and Soren becoming terrified of Viren was what led to their mother leaving.
Well, it doesn't actually.
It was like,
it never explained that is why the mother left. There is no explanation of the mother leaving. The mother that never came up in the episode.
Yeah. Well, that was like in the novelization. I was bringing that up because just to connect it.
I'm just trying to stick with the episodes. I don't want to give too much food out there. I know with the Dragon Prince, you do have to do your homework. It's similar to Ruby. Yeah. You have to go out there. You have to get books, graphic novels. The website has short stories. Yeah, pretty much. So I'm trying to only stick with the episodes. And speaking of, I do want to get into chapter 4 here in a bit. But yeah, I do just want to point that out. We're just going to be sticking with the episodes. So anything like out there that like ties in, maybe one day we'll have like a big happy discussion about everything. But for now, we're just sticking with season 5 and season 5 content.
After season 7, and that video would be like 10 hours long.
We're probably going to do a live stream, I feel like. I don't think my poor laptop has that much data space.
It would be me with like a Bible worth of notes.
I know.
And I would just be like, all right,
Just getting
Let's
everybody.
get into the stupidity of
Let's go.
Hustle
Yeah.
House on the timeline.
So I did want to point that out. Season 5 Ocean content.
Yeah, this
Avery,
episode,
wrap it up so
episode
Miko
was
can
great.
go. Okay.
This episode was great.
Sweet. All right, Miko, final thoughts, and then you're going to be discussing chapter 4.
I think I kind of just threw my final thoughts, like my thoughts in there. I slipped it in. Mostly my kind of
Yeah.
thoughts was with the Soren thing, throwing in the thing about him. It was done more so because he was sick. Because that was one of those things I kind of just. It wasn't even so much looking into even because I think it was kind of meant. I forgot even where I even did it because I didn't even look into the books that so much. It was he was being sick. It was so. I think it was even kind of off mentioned in Puzzle House at one point too that he was sick.
It was mentioned in season 4.
Or yeah, but it was mentioning that as off chance. So
there you have it.
Kind of look like a villain petting bait. Just like, oh yes,
There
welcome.
you go.
You had no thoughts, Jen?
Oh, I shared mine.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Good to go.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
All right. So episode 4, the Great Bookery. Callum's favorite place, the library. It starts off with them actually traveling through the very desolate streets of Luxuria. I can't ever really say that thing.
It's fine.
Aria.
Aria.
There you go. You got it.
But it gives you the vibes of basically a ghost town. It's very desolate, very creepy feeling, and even the characters remark that it's creepy feeling. And Amaya and Gwen mentioned that after the corruption of the Sunforge, it had been basically infested with the infected living creatures, and that any of them remaining became bloodthirsty creatures, and they kind of like it became their new home. And so after Janai tried to attempt to reclaim it, but it failed. But you learn that the corrupted creatures despise daylight, and they tend to wait until sundown to emerge. So the group is told they have about 5 hours to complete their mission. And Kazi, I believe it's Kazi, Kazi.
Yep.
Kazi.
She, she, they.
Kazi uses they them.
They them. Okay. Leads the group into the Great Bookery, and then they start reminiscing their days as a university student, and very much points out that they used the book drop as their hideaway place because they were such a rebel in their days. And they showed how they'd open it and hide in there, so that after closing hours, so they could just stay in there and read all night. And after that, Amaya tells them we have a strict deadline, and so Kazi and Callum get so excited and quickly take off to the Sun Touch Elf section on the upper level, leaving Rayla, Amaya, and Gwen on the first floor because they're not the book people. And meanwhile, Kareen and the High Priest go to a large cave where they find Sol Regum and the Arch Dragon of the Sun. And basically, we know this isn't gonna be a great thing regardless. He recognizes they're there, and he tells them straight up to leave. We remember in season 3, last encounter, he doesn't take them lightly to basically anyone being there, anyone being around him, regardless if they're elves or not. He doesn't like people.
He's a grumpy old man.
Get off my lawn.
Get
You
off my
can't tell me I'm wrong.
That's wrong.
But anyhow, why Callum and Kazi are searching through the books, doing what they do best, research, and book nerds. Being a nerd, nothing wrong with that. We love nerds in this house. Um, Amaya and Rayla have a great heart to heart, and I'm here for it. This is just one of my favorite. This is my favorite part of the conversation. It's just the conversation Rayla and Amaya start having in these sections. So Amaya first starts about apologizing to Rayla about what happened in the Banther Lodge, apologizing about being hostile to her and about her perspective of elves and just how awful like she was to her when she first met her. And Rayla was like, thanks. I appreciate your apology and everything. And then it quickly turns into it's like, but if you ever hurt my nephew Callum again, I will kill you. And she's like, whoa, what? Like the 180 flip. Like, it was great.
The conversation that she needed.
She just was like,
I thought Ezra was gonna do it.
the whiplash was perfect. Um, anyhow, then it quickly again flips because we do so much flipping. You go back to Kareen and he's talking to Regum, and he's like trying to convince the Archdragon that just telling him about how humans have returned to Zadia and that um, he needs to help him um, reclaim Zadia, and that so Regulum should be reclaim his rightful place as the king of dragons and all. You know, just trying to like butter him up to like manipulate him to help him and everything. You know, we know where that's going. We basically know. And then again it flips because that's all we're gonna keep doing. And then Callum begs Stella to read several books until Kazi comes across a poem. Because this chapter has a lot of poem references. And the poem is actually called The Death of the Immortal. And it describes the demise of a touch elf called Lorelion? Lori.
Let me check.
It's a hard name.
Yes,
So
Lorelion.
Okay. I thought.
I think.
Yeah, because it's like. But anyhow,
Lorelion?
Yeah, it's a Star Touch elf. Regardless, is the main thing.
Lorelian.
But it's how they realize they need a blade called the Nova Blade. Meanwhile, Rayla ends up confessing to Amaya that she never meant to hurt Callum. She did it because she felt that she was stronger on her own and that she was afraid of him getting hurt if he was with her, basically. And Amaya just looked at her and she's like, you know who you remind me of? And you know, Rayla just getting defensive is like, who? Me. And it was just like, Rayla was just like, wait, what? And that is where Amaya just finally gives her the piece of advice of um, like she had the similar mindset, especially after her sister died, um, until because she felt lonely. Um, but then when she met Janai, she realized true strength is found through trust and sharing burdens with loved ones. And then after that heartfelt moment, Rayla forcefully hugs Amai and has a heart to heart moment. And it was really
Thanks,
sweet.
future mother-in-law.
So it's
Aunt-in-law.
but,
Mother-in-law.
but yeah. So back again with Kareen. After listening to Kareen's attempt at manipulating him, so Regnum just sits here and just sits here and goes, "Here is my display of power that you're trying to boast about and everything. The power that I supposedly have." And with such bitter sarcasm, he, at this point, has basically, you can tell he has lost all hope. He is just, and he even goes on, I've lost my sight. He's so sarcastic with everything he says. He's like, my melted vision, golden melted vision and everything, and you think I can do anything? So
Grumpy old man.
he's like, just leave. And so he goes back and just tries to go back. He just goes back to sleep, basically,
Me on Monday.
and just orders them to leave, and for the last time. Meanwhile, after Callum and Kazi discover the poem and about the Nova Blade, Stella, meanwhile, is just dealing as the Klepto does. In the background, you can just see her. Rayla goes up there and tells Callum that they need to talk. Getting people hopeful, thinking this could finally be the heart-to-heart moment they need. But it instead is a different heart-to-heart moment. It is the trust moment that they've been needing to have, conversation of trust, where Rayla finally explains to him about her parents and about them having been trapped inside the coins, and that how it's been making her feel, and how crazy it's been driving her, and how helpless it's been making her feel, and that she knows that she can't be worrying about this right now, that this needs to come later, that the world is more important first. But how it's been upsetting her, how it's been making her feel, the big feelings moment. But it's a it's the moment of her finally trusting him with her burdens, just for Callum to promise to help her, and being like, no, I've seen something that can help us. Just give me 2 minutes, um, and I can go find it, because I saw it in a book. There's a way we can restore their bodies into souls. Okay, 2 minutes. Um, and but Maya's like, we need to go. It's time. But he's just like, no, 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 2 minutes, 2 minutes. I just need 2 minutes. So he rushes back and he's trying to go find the spell. Um, and then back again, Kareen and the high priest. The high priest is upset, just like, that was a waste. Like, what are we gonna do? And Kareen's just like, nah, nothing's a waste and all. Um, we got the information we need. All we have to do is restore the Archdragon to his former glory by healing his blindness. And that would solve everything, because he thinks he knows everything. He thinks he's smart. He's not smart. Uh, Meanwhile, back to the other group. Um, Amaya sends Gwen and Kazi off because sun is about to set, and they send them off with the Shadow Paw because it was the faster mount. And she's just like, I'm gonna go get Callum and everything. Meanwhile,
I'm gonna go pick up my idiot.
Huh?
I'm gonna go pick up my idiot.
And so Callum's like rushing, and he finally finds the book, and Amaya comes up, and it's just whoosh, and he's like, no, I need that to save Rayla's parents. And here's Stella just like, shh.
Yoink.
Yes. And you just see him just being like under one arm, flailing with a paper,
Bless that dorky boy.
so excited to be like having it and being able to fix it. And Maya's just carrying him down the stairs, and he's explaining that we will be able to do this. We just have to go um
Stars.
uh
Star
that to
Scraper.
restore
Star
to
Scraper.
Star Scraper. Never heard of it.
I'm getting there to the Star Scraper, and that it requires quasar diamonds, but there's only 3 in the world, and they're the Star Quasar. But luckily, the Star Scraper also holds the Nova Blade that they need to kill Erebos. So 2 birds, 1 stone. They're not. There's no sacrificing one for the other in order to save someone. They could do both at once. So,
2 thumbs up.
so
Please start
everything,
writing down.
so everything was going to be a great deal. So they start to go out, and they open the door just to find a corrupted panther outside eating their horses. So they quickly shut the door. They quickly just shut the door, and then they put a chair up underneath, and they're like, okay, there's a back door. So they start sneaking, but Amaya is deaf. So she doesn't hear when Callum, who is clumsy, knocks over some books and makes noise. So she keeps sneaking, and even though they've already been alerted, and a panther coming rushing in, and now they are attacked. So after some nice teamwork, they managed to get um, it was 3 panthers they were up against. They managed to get the 3 panthers down, barely getting the 3 panthers down. They were like, okay, we're safe. All right. So now which exit do you want to do? The first back door or the second back door? And then all of a sudden, more come out of the woodworks. Like they're coming straight out of the stacks from the upper floor, downstairs, all around. Like where were they hiding while they were researching in this library? Because they were just coming out of places like I had no idea where these panthers were coming from. And so they were surrounded,
Threatening bears.
and while they were just doing that, that is the moment when Raylo turns to Callum and is like, I shouldn't have waited this long to tell you this. And Callum looks back at her and goes, you don't have to say anything. I know. That's why I'm saying that is the exact conversation they have, which is why I say they aren't broken up. There's no way you can say something like that, especially this. That's a typical situation of.
They're figuring it out. They're gonna get there.
One thing.
I'm rooting for
flip
them.
it. Flip it. Callum said I waited too long. Rayla said I know.
That's like there's no way when you say something like that.
Yeah.
That your exes, especially in
you
like a
still love your ex.
Relationship unknown. Anyway, back to the.
I think they definitely are still. They do still have love for each other, but they aren't together. They're Ren and Nora basically.
Together. Well, never.
Like, there's no. I don't see how they're not. I see them together, but couples counseling.
Yes. They need it.
They are having to couples counsel right now.
Mm.
They're on a break. Couples
Other than
counsel.
Soren doesn't count.
Soren is the worst couples counselor.
Poor me.
But
not a therapist. He needs therapy.
Anyway, after that moment, when they think all is lost, down through the ceiling comes the Bea with our King Prince trio group. Not trio group, our Prince team coming through the ceiling where she starts taking out a bunch of the panthers and everything. And they quickly start trying to climb up when they realize, and I don't know how they do this so many times, they forget bait. So Amaya jumps off Zabeta and goes after bait and takes bait and flings him up. Spin, and they catch him. and she's just fighting and fighting, going to self-sacrifice herself, telling them to go without her. And of course, Ezrin and Callum are not going to do it and everything until Amaya finally actually speaks and tells them to go, which is a monumental moment for a deaf person to actually speak and say something. So they start to go when Zabea actually gets bitten by one of the corrupted beings. And when Corvus sees this, he quickly moves into action and naturally uses his whole body to body slam the Panther off of her, and but doing so loses his grip and falls to the ground. And Amaya, seeing this, rushes to his side, and they think at that point all is lost. That the two are, about to reach their end, and everyone on top of Zabea is just upset when they turn around and look, and they realize Amaya quit thinking, remembered Kazi mentioning the book drop, and they quickly hid inside the book drop. And that is where they end as Zabea heads off to the Storm Tower.
Yes. Yes. Woohoo! Got through one of the most stressful episodes, in my opinion. So, yeah. So real quick.
I do wanna note, I did mention this while you were talking. You, Abby, when you were discussing Callum and Rayla, like the whole I should have said something before, you flipped who said what.
It's okay. It's easy mistake. So hopefully people go check out the show too. So, but yeah, it's all good.
Go watch it just for that scene. No, it hurts my heart, and I love it so much.
It is a good scene. Lots of good moments in the show. So real quick, let's do this. Abby, final thoughts about chapter 4. Then we'll go to Jen, and then Avery, share thoughts, and then
go into episode 5.
Yipper doodles. All right. So Abby, go for it.
Yeah, like what I was saying before, typically that kind of scene right there, it is a typical cinema classic scene that whenever people say something in those lines, especially, like, I'm sorry, I don't even care what the creators say at this point. They can say whatever they the F they want and whatever they say. But when you decided to write something like that, and with everything in the cinema history and everything, you can't look me in the eye and tell me that they aren't together. You can say that they aren't official title boyfriend and girlfriend, whatever, but you can't tell me they aren't together. Like you can't tell me that.
Rayla did in season 2 almost say that she loved Callum and they weren't together for another 5 episodes.
Like even still, like regardless of the entire season, the series, entire series, never once though have they officially did say they are boyfriend and girlfriend though.
They said they were a thing.
They said they're a thing, but they haven't said they're boyfriend and girlfriend though.
Interesting.
I think they have a thing, but it's a different thing.
Yeah, it's their own thing. So they're figuring it out. Yeah.
They have a we're working on it. They're not together, but they're working on it.
But like there is still, regardless, they are no one can sit here and say they aren't.
They're in love. We can all admit that.
Yeah, and like people saying they are still, regardless, like
they're not trying to date anybody else right now.
Yeah, and no one can sit here and say they aren't more in game than most couples in the series.
And just hope one day, open your eyes and figure it out. But for now, I'm on the sideline.
In the words of Miles Luna, when asked what he would say to John before season 3, she's into you!
More of what's going on with them is they are a typical very typical.
Slow burn.
They're showing what they're showing to me is very much so modern, how modern couples work. They have fights, they have disagreements, they have issues that they have to work through. Just because you have these issues doesn't mean you don't care, that you might not. More so with their case, they are, I would consider them more so on a break than
That's
anything
yeah.
else.
Agree.
I think
But
that they
I wouldn't say, I wouldn't, I still wouldn't in my book call them exes.
Maybe one day it'll get
I
confirmed. I don't want to dwell too much on the topic though, because like I said
we
before,
could
I
do
have
a
dinner in
whole
the
thing
slow
just on this
cooker and
thing.
I'm like stressing.
Yeah.
Like I might have to call hubby reinforcements and stuff. But yeah, maybe hopefully one day they have a big feelings talk. It gets confirmed. It goes in the Dragon Prince wiki because everything goes there. And we can all write fan fictions and doodle art and all that stuff.
I
And it
think
would
at this
be
point they're confirmed to be
glorious.
not together but in love. That's really but
I think at this point we can agree to disagree.
I think Bates says he loves
not
jelly
dating.
tarts
Is
more than
that a better word?
anything.
They're not dating, but they're in love.
Like I said, I think the best part at this point we can agree to disagree.
Okay.
And Bait loves jelly tarts, but anyway. Um, Bait, you need to
And
stop getting lost. Okay, Abby,
Shit.
any other final
Tangents in the
thoughts?
middle of this.
It's okay. I'm just
and of
like,
course, the best part of the whole thing is Amaya sitting. Besides the finally Rayla doing the trust conversation with Callum was also Amaya sitting here doing
a
her
speech.
conversation of words of wisdom and giving the hey, you were dumb, and this is why you were dumb. And I
Amaya's
see
TED
myself
Talk.
in you, and because I see myself in you, here's why. Here's the advice you need that I think you will understand because this is how I would understand it.
When Callum and Rayla like officially like are full on a thing again, I feel like everybody's gonna be like, finally! Oh my god!
No
We
more
could not take it anymore!
speculation. It is canon. Done. We can all go
Well,
write
like in the
fanfiction.
show too, all of the characters are just gonna be like freaking
Oh
finally.
yeah, definitely. Especially Sword. He's like, what took you two so long? All
My
beats the ring.
stupid headcanon is that Bait and Stella have a betting pool going.
Oh yeah, totally.
Everybody and Ezrin is like standing to the side, just like, I'm not joining y'all.
I see, but I don't want to know. All right, so
Ezrin's just like, I won't stop you.
Abby, did you have anything else? Nope. Okie So my thoughts about Chapter 4. I want to go to the Great Bookery, specifically when Dark Panthers aren't there, but it just looks so amazing. The art team did a wonderful job. Like I love libraries; they're like one of my favorite places to go. I remember my university library was pretty small, but it was like every time I went, it was magical. So the Great Bookery is amazing. The Soul Raygun lines, the Depressed Dragon lines, were my absolute favorite. Just well written, well performed. I don't know who voices Soul Raygun, but like job well done. Just like that depressed, leave me alone. Like let me sit with my feelings. Like I've given up all hope, even though they're coming to the dragon with hope and stuff. It was just those were really well written lines, like well delivered. So I loved seeing Kazi and Callum bonding over books. It's always nice to have a book buddy. So that was really cute. And like I said before, this episode was one of the most stressful episodes of this season for me. I was sitting in a Discord call with a bunch of friends and we were watching season 5 when it first came out and stuff, and I was just like stressing the entire time. She was like, oh my gosh, especially when General Amaya spoke. I was just like, oh my gosh, what
I
just
was
happened?
near tears. The second she spoke, it broke.
The
Yeah.
panic that Amaya might die there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Actually, major shout out to her voice actress, Sheila Ferguson, who actually is deaf.
Cool.
They cast a deaf actress for Amaya, which is so amazing.
My screen's not cool. I tried to do a thumbs up, but it didn't do anything.
Here, I'll do it for you.
Thank you.
It's not working. Did I
Oh
lose
no.
my cool things?
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Nice. All right,
I
so
don't know why it does that. Maybe I don't know. I gotta figure that out.
it's fun. I like it.
I'm just like at some point just gonna be like, heck yeah, and something weird's gonna happen.
Most serious, intense scene, and then balloons. Oh goodness.
I mean, I already did that.
Yeah. It's awesome. Okay, Avery.
I was just like,
Oh.
no, Callum almost died in season 2. I held up 2 fingers. Balloons!
Yeah. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So I think we can all agree that this is one of our favorite episodes. It's one of mine. A lot of people consider it a favorite. I, after season 4 and again after season 5, did a poll online where my roommate is doing our dishes. Where basically I did tournament bracket style, determining what the best episode of the show was, and in 5th place was The Great Victory. So it is definitely a fan favorite. It literally tied for 5th with, I have it. Where'd you go? I still have my brackets. It tied for 5th place with Heroes and Masterminds, the other big Raylan episode. I loved this episode. I mean, of course, I've been mentioning the Raylan bits, but just it was a very heartfelt episode that was needed for a lot of characters. Rayla especially. Rayla has been raised to keep her emotions in. She's been raised to not trust anybody, even her own family. She has been raised to basically she's just like, the only person that you can fully trust is yourself, and even then you can't trust yourself half the time. We saw I'm not going to get into any details. We saw a lot of that in what is the name of her reflection? The season 5 reflection with Rayla in it. It's my favorite thing ever.
Chasing Shadows.
Chasing Shadows, thank you. We saw a lot of that in Chasing Shadows, and I was hopeful that we would see some of it in this season. I'm so grateful we did, and I'm really grateful that it was Amaya who showed her, because they are very similar characters. I say, like, Amaya and Athari, or not Athari, Runan, they went down the same path, but in the end they went in very separate directions, where Amaya opened herself up to trusting again, and Runan never did. And Rayla is kind of like at that fork in the road, and she's trying to go more down Amaya's path. And Amaya is trying to lead her down that path, and she's helping her do that with Callum. And I feel like Amaya is literally just like, okay, you crazy kids just need to work this out at this point. Like, honestly, it took me 2 years to propose to Janai. You two need to figure it out faster than I did. I really loved their dynamic this episode. It was very sweet. I loved seeing more of Kazi. Kazi is one of my favorite minor characters in the show. Non-binary representation. We love to see it. We didn't see much of the other characters this episode. This was a very A plot focused episode, which I really liked. I liked seeing an episode mostly focused on the one plot. Something I need to do, I need to watch through all of the Dragon Prince, and I need to count how many times it cuts to different scenes, like cuts to different storylines per episode, and like take a total time of like how much we spend on each scene, and like do the average. I'm gonna do that over spring break. That'll be my spring break project. But I really loved how Dragon Prince is really good at writing emotional moments, and even if it's between two characters that I've met twice, you can still get an amazing emotional moment out of them in this show, and we saw that with Amaya and Rayla. Also, that flashback sequence hurt me in ways that I cannot be healed. I think when I watched it, I recorded my reactions. I still can't post them because YouTube is mean. But I remember saying, if they show a kiss, I'm leaving. Because I was just like, I can't. I'm already near tears. This was the first episode of the season that made me cry, just full on cry. I teared up. I teared up at other parts, but like this episode fully made me cry. This is my second favorite episode of the season, and it had some of my favorite conversations of the season, definitely, and I cannot wait to see how these characters grow from it. Also, Callum being a book nerd is... he got his moments of happiness. Please give him more of that. This boy's gonna have not a great time in season 6. Someone help him.
But yeah.
Someone give him therapy. And not from Ezrin. Ezrin is not therapy. He needs it too. No cast member of this show is therapy. Okay, pulling up my notes for episode 5. Episode 5, or as I like to call it, the one where the Dragon Prince literally just makes a Ruby character, but makes her blue. Akiyu, or Taibantina is just Maria Calavera, but blue.
Yes. Baby. Oh gosh.
You okay, Abby?
Text.
I just did my dishes and I did yours too because I wanted to clean the sink.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you. That was my roommate.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. I have a lot of notes for this episode for some reason. I thought episode 5, when I was assigned it, I was just like, man, nothing happened in episode 5. And all of my notes, I'm just like, okay, a lot actually happened in episode 5. I just mainly remember it because I was just like, oh my gosh, Taibantina is just Maria Calavera.
Mm-hmm.
They are, though. They're both like 3 feet tall, sassy, and blue.
I see it.
We love sassy old ladies in this house. Okay. So we at long last have the A plot together again. We have subtracted one storyline. Yippee. So we begin at the top of the storm spire where Ezrin is filling Callum and Rayla in on what happened with Dominic Profundus, where the nature, what Erebos' prison is. He tells them what it is. Dominic Profundus also says that they need to search for Akiyu, a tidebound archmage who is the person who built the prison. We saw references to Akiyu, I believe, in season 4. We saw when Zubeia described Erebos' imprisonment in episode 4 of season 4. I believe we see a younger Akiyu. So they're basically say, hey, go to Akiyu. She knows all the information. She knows where the prison is. She can tell you. Ezrin says that they should all go to meet Akiyu, but Callum, on the other hand, is just like, hang on, let's go to the Star Scraper and get the Nova Blade and these diamonds, where there are these Skywing elves called Celestial Elves. They can help us. And in the end, Rayla is the deciding factor in all of this. She does not want to be, but she ends up deciding to go to see Akiyu. Ezrin is not a big fan of the Nova Blade because Callum is just like, hey, we could get something to kill Erebos, and Ezrin's just like, do we have to kill him? Can we just keep him in the prison? Like, if he doesn't get out, nothing will happen. But Callum is just like, I feel like he kind of needs to die. So Rayla shockingly goes with the pacifist route. We cut to Zubeia, which, Abby, did you mention that Zubeia got bit? Okay. Well, Zubeia got bit by a banther, and the wound is not looking good. Soren points that out. Zubeia basically says, it's worse. I've had worse. It's but a flesh wound. I'll be fine. So the rest of the group goes down and is just like, hey, we're gonna go and meet this Akiyu lady. And Zube is just like, all right, hop on, I'll give you a ride. We cut to Kareem and Pharaohs, the guy who joined him. They go into the Moon Shadow Forest, where Pharaohs he has an infection from where he was bit in season 3 on his neck. He's hiding that with a scarf. The little I have him on my ear. The little bug pal bit him. Kareem says that their new goal is to get the Sun Seed from Janai's encampment to help regain Soul Regim's sight, but they're going to need the help of someone who is in debt to the Sunfire royal family. Wonder who that could be. Oh wait, no, they say it in that scene. They are going to go and find Kim Dael to assist them. We again cut, this time to Viren, who has now woken up, but he is in basically a catatonic state. He cannot speak, he does not move, he's just there, he exists. And Claudia is very worried about both how he is and the fact that they, at this point, have days left to get Erebos out before Viren is dead again. Terry is just like, don't worry, we'll figure it out, because he's Terry and he's amazing and I love him. We now transition to they were called Team Zim, I think, in like the original trilogy. I think we're just gonna stick with that. Team Zim. Team Zim is now at where the tide pools where Akiyu lives. Zubeia flies back to the Stormspire, and so she can just rest up since she is not doing well physically. Everybody is trying to go through the tide pools. They are seeing a bunch of different types of creatures, including giant seagulls called carrion gulls, who are very hungry, and they happen to love eating humans and elves. They also see giant sea slugs, who are my personal favorite little creatures. We see they have no souls, and I love them. Or no, not no souls. They have no brain cells. Soren comes up with the idea of using large hermit crab shells that were left over from hermit crabs to sneak past the seagulls. However, the seagulls eventually figure out what's going on and try to get underneath the shells, but they are saved by a elderly little tidebound elf. She introduces herself as Tidebound Tina, and the group is just like, hey, do you know this Akiyu lady? And Tina's just like, yeah, I do. You can't go see her. But the group is just like, how about we do anyways? And Tina's just like, okay, I guess I'll take you to her. Let's go this way. Cutting back to Claudia and Terry and Viren. Claudia is upset that... Oh, it's this scene. Claudia is still upset that Viren will not wake up from like his catatonia, and Terry is just like, who needs to talk? Not bees. So he teaches Claudia how to twerk. That is the basic version of this scene. We need better jokes for Terry. That's what I'm learning here. Like, season 4, we got, hey, my farts smell like this, and season 5, he essentially teaches his girlfriend how to twerk. Back to the sane ones. Tina brings everybody to an underground tunnel that she says will take them to Akiyu. Everybody jumps in except for Rayla, Callum and Rayla, who, if you guys have seen the show, Rayla hates water. Childhood trauma. But Callum holds her hand. Well, no, actually, before that, Rayla tells Callum just like, hey, you gotta push me in for me to do this. And Callum just like, I'm not gonna push you. So she pushes him. and then he holds her hand and they jump in together, and it's very cute. So they come out the other side, and there's this big tunnel that Tina's just like, all right, go through that tunnel. You'll find a Kiyu at the other end of the tunnel. It's not a tunnel. Everybody goes into the tunnel except for Soren, who Soren realizes before going in, it is not a tunnel, it's a mouth. And it is a giant sea slug creature thing. I'm guessing it's a slug. We never see what it is, but like based on the mouth, I'm guessing it's a giant worm. So the creature, it traps everybody except for Soren inside, and Soren's on the outside just yelling like, guys, no, wait, it's gonna eat you. And Soren is yelling at Taiba and Tina, just like, what are you doing? And Tina just like, you shouldn't be searching for Erebos. I had to do this. We then move back to Kareem, where Kareem explains who Kim Dael is. Way back when Luna Tenebris was the ruler of the dragons. This feels weird, me having to mention Luna Tenebris after mixing her and Domina up so many times. But a cult of Moonshadow Elves known as the Order of the Blood Moon were around, and they practiced forbidden magic and blood rituals in order to prolong their life and enhance their magic. When Abizandum rose to power, he basically said, we can't do this anymore, and he killed all of the cultists except for one, who is Kim Dael. Kim Dael traveled to Luxoria to ask the Sunfire Queen at the time, Queen Aditi, for sanctuary, and she was granted sanctuary in exchange for a mercy debt, which basically means Kim Dale has to do whatever the Sunfire royal family says, or the Sunfire ruler says, specifically that. You will see why that's specifically in a while. Kareem believes as a descendant of Aditi, Kareem possesses the ability to make Kim Dale do whatever he wants. So they go into a mausoleum, the lanterns begin to glow, and then we cut back to Team Zim, where Soren is trying to get them out of the mouth of the sea creature. Zim ends up getting them out by shocking the inside of the creature's mouth. The creature spits them all out, and after they all like regain their senses, Callum correctly calls out that Tina is a Kiyu. We again cut back to Claudia and Terry. This show has more cutaways than Family Guy. So Claudia and Terry see a dragon flying overhead. Terry hides them underneath a tree. He uses his magic to make the tree grow a little fuller to hide better. Viren, the being starts talking very loudly, but Viren suddenly moves his hand to shut Sparklepuff up. And it's the first time Viren has even moved since the beginning of the season. He has not, outside of his dream, he has not physically moved. So the dragon flies away, and they go back onto the stream. We move back to Team Zim, where Akiyu says, yes, I am Akiyu, and she tells Team Zim why she tried to kill them. She explains what happened to her 300 years ago when Erebos was imprisoned. Akiyu allowed a human mage known as the Jailer, who we will apparently find out more about in season 6, to borrow some of her abilities to create the prison for Erebos. However, Akiyu ends up finding out too much about Erebos' prison. She sees the map that leads to where Erebos is, and because of this, the jailer says, all right, well, I'm gonna have to kill you. However, she decides to spare Akiyu in the end. and the jailer made her promise that she would die before revealing any information about the location of the prison. However, since Aki is just like, well, since I couldn't kill you, goodbye, cruel world, and she drinks the poison and just flops to the ground, and she's just dead. And Ezra's just like, what? No, get up! What's happening? You can't just die. And
It's
Ezra's just
giving
like,
Judy
we need
Hopps
to.
from.
What?
It's giving Judy Hopps from Zootopia.
It is blood. But
Sorry, I had to do it. I'm so sorry.
no, you're fine. Ezrin is just like, please, we need to know because some really bad people already know, and they're already after Erebos. And Akiyu is just like, wait, hold up, people already know. And she tells them. She tells him basically, all right, you know what? Other people already know. Screw it. Here's all the information I have. And Ezra's just like, do you need an antidote or something? And she's just like, no, this is just juice. You want some? She then gives Callum an amulet that will allow him to perform some ocean magic, not a ton. And she tells basically everybody, all right, get out of my house. Get off my lawn. I don't want you here no more. And so ends the tale of Tidebound Tina. One of my personal favorite side characters of season 5. I need her back. We need a Ruby TDP crossover that is just Tidebound Tina and Maria Calavera in a room together talking about how stupid people are.
Youth these days.
We can make it happen.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be so good. We still got more. We then cut to Kareem and Pharos, who Pharos is basically saying, I understand what you're wanting to do here, but like we can't recruit someone like this lady. And then Kim Dale appears and is just like, what do you mean by these people? Which Kim Dale's voice, I wanted somebody else to voice Kim Dale, but the person who they got, let me check the name I have written down. Laura Sadiq, I believe is how you pronounce her name. If I pronounce that wrong, I'm sorry. Top tier, loved her voice, loved her. She's very pretty. A lot of people I know have a huge crush on Kim Dale. But Pharos basically is just like, Kim Dale's just like, what do you mean by you people? And Pharos is just like, you're evil. Kim Dale, and Kim Dale is about to kill Pharos, but Kareem is just like, hey, mercy debt, let him go. And she does. And Kareem is just like, if you do this for me, I will fully release you from your debt. And Kim Dale is just like, all right, bet, let's go. We don't see her actually accept, but she smiles, so basically she accepts. And then as the episode ends, Team Zim is waiting for Zubeia to come and pick them up. They're waiting for the bus. The bus doesn't show up because the bus is kind of dying. The bus isn't doing well. The bus driver is currently unable to move and is kind of losing her mind. And I feel bad for referring to Zubeia as a bus driver, but that is basically her role in the show. She just takes people places. And that is where the episode ends.
Ooh. You said bus, and all I can think of is the cat bus.
Again, I think.
All I can think is the cat bus from Ghibli Studio. All of a sudden just pops
There's
out
a
of
joke at my school's buses are so bad at being on time that when Zubeia just never showed up, I was just like, oh, it's my school's bus system.
You took inspiration from my area.
It took inspiration from my school. There's literally a joke. They're just like, all of my buses are color coded. They're just like, if you see the silver bus, that is like seeing Bigfoot. You will never see it again.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess chapter 5 or episode 5 did have a lot. and
It was
had a
very
lot of
lore heavy.
substance. Yeah. Oh, I said substance. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about food. I'm so sorry. But
I'm hungry too. I feel you.
okay. Let's see. Avery,
Can
did
we
you
take
want
a
to
snack break?
snack break? I'm about to text my hubby like just turn off the slow cooker, but leave the meat in there. Like I'll do that here in a second. But let's see. So
I'm the
Avery,
only single
did you
one.
want to wrap up thoughts of chapter 5 and then Abby and then up to me because I'm covering
chapter
chapter
6.
6. Yeeper. So
Well, I've already mentioned how much I love Akiyu. I thought we would get more of her based on what we saw in the trailer. Because she was very prevalent in the trailers. I love the introduction that we got to Kim Dae-il. She is definitely a character that I know we have all read Blood Moon Huntress. Everybody that has read the Blood Moon Huntress book really wanted for Kim Dae-il to be in the show, and the creators are just like, yes, we will put Kim Dae-il in eventually, we promise. And we got her, and she was everybody hyped her up so much, and she in the end, and you'll see like throughout the rest of the season, she is what was hyped up. She is terrifying, she is very strong, she is absolutely insane, and I love that. When I said like there was someone else who I kind of had in mind voicing her, I thought Grey Delisle, the voice of Azula from Avatar, I thought that she would be a great fit for Kim Dae-il, but the person who they got, absolutely stellar work. I loved her. Actually, who did do Tide Bountina? I haven't written down. I wrote down all the voice actors because why not?
or power to you.
Yeah, Julie Lemieux is her name. She's actually in a lot of stuff. Cool. But I don't know. I'm a voice actor, so I like calling out really good voice acting. I like that we it was very blink and you miss it, but seeing Pharos's little bit of corruption from the bite that he got in season 3, which makes me think in my head that he is under at least partial possession by Erebos. Or he's like Erebos is in his mind telling him what to do. Kind of like what he was, because it was said that Erebos, like, he would go get into people's heads and just be like, you should do this. So I feel like he might be doing that to him because of the bite that little buggy boy gave him, baby Sparkle Puff. So I feel like it's not really fully Pharos who is doing this, which it would be cool to see in season 6 Pharos get fully possessed, kind of like Callum was at one point. However, I don't think that can happen because he's never done dark magic. I think dark magic is a prerequisite. But yeah, no, so many people built up Kim Dae-il, and she was absolutely what we hoped she would be. I'm very happy about that. I also just really loved how it was Soren who figured out what the trap was. Because, he's not really the person you expect to figure that stuff out. So good job, Soren. You figured it out. And Zubea needs a doctor. And the last thing I wrote at the bottom was Terry needs better comedy writing. He can't keep doing this. Because season 4 we got the fart joke, and here we got butts.
Yeah, I got secondhand embarrassment
we all love
watching.
Bees.
Like,
we're all in the Ruby fandom. We love bees, but not this kind of bees.
We're bumblebees. Alrighty.
Somebody needs to draw Bumblebee doing that now.
Maybe, baby. So let's see. Abby, you want to go ahead and add anything?
I'll be honest, I kind of blocked out the bee scene.
Did you teach me your
I
ways?
did.
Oh gosh.
I
I
was.
watched it and hated that scene so much.
I just tried to block it out, especially just the thought of them shaking their butts basically in Viren's face. Just
He basically was just like, "Hey, shake your butt in your dad's face."
I just I don't I don't know what makes you think
Who wrote this episode?
this makes this a good idea. That's not.
Dang it, Aaron!
But um that's the one I'm just like, what? Also the beautiful, and I also thank you for duetting my video for when I did it. But the beautiful
Yeah.
touching scene
I
of
forgot.
the
Yes!
of the line
I forgot.
of
You have to push me now.
of the whole you gotta push me. What? I don't feel comfortable doing that. Just the fact
Push
of
you
it,
first,
it's like I
your
don't feel
butt.
comfortable pushing you, and it's like, here, I pushed you first. Pushing is easy. Just push me, and then just
You hold
looking
their
at her and
hand.
grabbing her hand together, and just that heart feels softening moment and all. It's just the
It's beautiful.
wholesome line. It was like
Let me
that.
call out. Rayla's hands are either freakishly small or Callum's are huge.
It makes sense for well, no, it makes sense that Rayla's hands would be smaller than Callum's because elves are typically smaller, I
Slender.
say, because yes, slender.
That leads to the debate on who's taller.
Right. Well, Callum at
Callum's in
some
heels.
Bait is the tallest.
Bait is the tallest. Callum's in heels, so you gotta take off a few inches.
and you have to take a few inches off for Rayla because of the horns.
I think they're
Oh,
like,
yeah.
if you put them flat-footed, no horns, I think they're like right here, like same
But
height. Maybe
that's
a centimeter taller for Callum.
that's for now because Callum still has a growth spurt to finish
Okay.
going through because men still continue to go through a growth spurt because he's only 17.
I agree. He's gonna be taller in the end.
He's a growing
I
But
think for now they're right at the same height.
but uh trying to think what else was anything.
Me and my friend did a whole math thing on this. It was really funny.
Yeah.
Trying to finish up my thoughts right quick so we can continue on right quick.
Oh yeah, we're going into hour 2 now.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to like
Boom.
stop the sentences.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
He turned off the slow cooker, so hubby for the win.
That's what matters. The meat.
Yeah,
The meat, I don't want to drag out.
but
Meat
I
off the
have
meat.
a hard cutoff.
You do have a hard cutoff in an hour. Okay, we gotta go.
Yeah, I have a hard cutoff at 6, so that's why I'm like.
Oh, that's right. Oh, darn. Okay. So anything else?
That's what I was trying to figure out. I thought there was one other thing from here, but I think
6 and 7 don't have a ton, so that's good.
I think it was just I think I might have lost it, but I think there was one other thing I thought of. I think I might have lost it.
Oh, no.
Jen can go, and if you remember, you say it.
Yeah, if you remember it, I'm talking, Miko-chan, just interrupt me. Go for it. You can interrupt me, it's fine. But real quick, my thoughts about chapter 5. I did get secondhand embarrassment from the dance off thing. I thought Callum and Rayla's dance in season 3 was way much better. Personal opinion though, I loved Akiyu, absolute hoots. I might be writing some. I know you don't read fan fiction, but I might write Akiyu and Maria just talking about these
might
days.
Start soon. I might
We'll
start
see.
soon. Lydia said that she would send me options.
Yeah, and the one thing. Oh, what's that?
You just reminded me.
Oh,
It
yeah.
had to do with Hero.
Sure.
I'm so sorry.
Go for it.
So we actually kept making jokes about her because
Akiyu.
When we saw her in our D&D campaign, we have someone who's like a water elemental, but they just basically look like this fish person and all. And we just kept making the jokes of, "Hey, that's Lear's mom. We know what she looks like, because we just kept making jokes. That's what she basically would look like. She's just an ugly fish person."
That actually reminded me. There's kind of a missed opportunity I feel like we had with the Tide Else. all of the elves have different accents, but we didn't really get a specific accent for the Tidebounds. And I feel sad. We should have gotten either a New Zealand or a Polynesian accent.
Ooh, that would have been cool.
Imagine Finnegan with a Polynesian accent.
Oh, and the last other thing was that about the blood huntress, her name Kendale. Gosh, seeing her, first off, terrifyingly beautiful is the best words I can use to describe her. Hot. But the moment I saw her, I freaked out. Just being able to see her, just knowing the reference of what she came from and all, and everything, and just being able to see the fact of that throwback. Because I don't go into all the creator everything, because I don't got too much of that time and everything to do that. But to see the fact that they decided to bring that in, and just knowing how terrifyingly beautiful she was, like they made her be, and just loving her character as it was there, and then seeing them actually bring her back in, I love that.
And you didn't need to read Blood Moon Huntress to understand her character.
She's beautiful, and I'm glad they brought her. No, I mean I've read that, but so I was glad to see they acknowledge her. I just didn't know they were already planning to from the get go to bring her in.
I think we were told after season 4 that she would be coming eventually. We just didn't know it would be
She's
5.
here now, and she's causing all kinds of mischief.
She's here, she's pretty, and she's probably queer.
Problematic.
I just knew she was in the graphic novel. I didn't know they actually planned to bring her out of the graphic novel.
I think they said from the beginning, yeah. But Jen, we gotta go.
We gotta go, Bait. And speaking of Bait, we are on episode 6, which is entitled Bait and Switch. So we have.
Do you have any thoughts though? You didn't get to give yours.
I gave mine. I'll probably share more towards the end, so it's fine.
Okay.
We got copy and paste. So Ezrin, Soren, Rayla, Callum, Stella, Bait, and Zim, we're just calling them Team Zim, are walking on a foggy beach. Rayla says that they need transportation, so she goes to like this dock with everybody and starts to whistle, and a boat starts to come forward out of the fog. Not creepy at all. She gives the boat driver a coin, and they all get onto the boat, with Soren being a bit skeptical. Rayla explains the place they are going, saying that the place they are going, I was tired when I wrote this, to is a low place that she had to visit whenever she was on the hunt for Viren. She says it is called Bright Hope Cove, or also known as Scumport. They arrive at a port, and Rayla explains that they all have to blend in, and Soren eagerly decides that they need to create alter egos, which he creates his Smart Long Pocket, a handsome trader from the far west, and Callum says that he will be his bodyguard, Glint Zaphands, to which Soren just scoffs at him. Rayla takes charge. I'm so proud of my girl. But Rayla takes charge, and she says, Ezrin, you can't wear your crown. We gotta stick together and all this. So they start walking through the port. They start walking throughout the town. They're seeing multiple traders. The plan is to find a boat and a captain to go to the Sea of the Cast Out. So Ezrin points out a very lovely looking ship, and Rayla is like, absolutely not. That is known as Sea Legs, and it belongs to Finnegan, the leader of the town. Ezrin and Callum decide to go talk to Finnegan, while Soren and Rayla try to find a captain at the docks. Conquer and divide. Ezrin and Callum talk to Deadwood. Upon seeing Bait, Deadwood lets Ezrin and Bait inside, but not Callum. Ezrin talks to Finnegan about needing a ship, and he wants to borrow it. Finnegan speaks to Ezrin, saying he is a king, but wonder where his crown is, so Ezrin presents his crown, and Finnegan says it is made of steel and worthless. Ezrin says that it is important that it was made from his late father's blade. Finnegan wants something of value, saying that he could give Ezrin his second fastest ship for the right price. He says he wants Bait the Glowtoad, and Ezrin refuses. Finnegan explains that with the Glowtoad, he can catch sea leviathans. Finnegan shows Ezrin a secret chest, and Ezrin gasps in surprise. Meanwhile, Rayla and Soren aren't having any luck finding a captain, until Soren finds a captain that has a boat, a parrot, who talks a lot, especially about waterproof socks, and gestures to his eyes, to which Rayla says, "Is this pirate blind?" which leaves Soren flabbergasted. Callum and Ezrin arrive back to the docks, and we meet the captain, Pilates. So he makes his comeback. Let's see. They found the boat, they found the captain, so they're waiting on the first mate. Yet Ezrin wants to go back to Finnegren's office to retrieve the chest. With the help of Smore Longpocket, Finnegren meets with him to talk about trade. They leave to the docks so Smore Longpocket can show him his wares, which Ezrin was behind crates waiting, so Soren puts on his alter ego. He's trying to get Finnegren out of the office so Ezrin can break in to get the chest. Okay, so as they walk down, Pilates and Callums are fighting over a barrel of bees. So funny, a lot of bees come up. They accidentally drop the barrel and the bees escape. As confusion is going about, Rayla accidentally bumps into Finnegren by accident, and Finnegren says that they all need to go back to the tower. Meanwhile, Ezrin waits for Zim to bring back the keys that Rayla borrowed from Finnegren, and they open the door. Ezrin grabs the chest, but Finnegren and the others arrive. Ezrin leaves through the window, going down a line by using his crown to get to safety. Ezrin manages to land on the boat, the Ruthless, and they head out to port, out into the open sea, which, by the way, the music in the background during that scene, loved it. I need to find that song. Ezrin shows everyone what they rescued, which are 3 baby glow toads. So, Bait, congrats. You now have 3 baby glow toads to look
He's
after.
a father.
Yay!
Not my choice.
While they all over them, Callum asks about the first mate, saying like, "Hey, we left somebody behind." But then Pilates doesn't seem too concerned, and when the first mate arrives, we find out why. It's Nynx. However, they don't realize that they are being followed by Finnegren and his crew. Claudia, Terry, Viren, and the Bean continue to travel by boat and water, while keeping an eye out for a dragon that's been stalking them, and causing them to like hide and delay their progress. The dragon makes a comeback. They then have to go to a shore and hide. Claudia says it is the same dragon as before and says she's starting to take it personally. However, the dragon sneaks up behind them and the boat crashes to shore. So, sorry, Terry, all your hard work crashed to nothing. Claudia goes to face the dragon. They both roar at each other and put up a fight. Claudia manages to freeze the dragon with a spell, and Terry tells her not to kill it. At first, Claudia is hesitant, but then she says she will agree, saying that the dragon is too scared to follow her now, that the dragon is now scared of her. She frees the dragon, it leaves, and they all head out together. General Maya, Queen Junai, Gren, Kazi, and Corvus were not shown in this episode. And that's it. Ta-da!
Small note. It's Belis.
Belis?
The D is silent.
Oh, the D is silent. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
You're sorry. There's a lot
I
of...
didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh, no. Belis. I'm gonna have to remember that, because this next episode is a lot. So, let's see. Let's
There's
start...
a lot of Belis I wanted you to remember, yeah.
Yeah, let's start with Abby, Avery, and then back to Jen. So, Abby.
So, I'm gonna start it more kind of with a question. What did you guys think was in the crate that made
Not maybe
that,
Glotones.
yeah,
Really
I
expected that.
honestly thought there was a dragon egg in there, and
I
that's
thought
what
so
made,
too.
and that's why Ez had to go back and immediately, like, cause that's what made me think Ez would be so like, no, I have to go back there and rescue it, thinking about Zim and everything, but I didn't think it was Gloto, so that threw me off completely. Like,
I knew it was probably something living, but the
Yeah.
wording that Finnegren used definitely did make it obvious. Because he said, like, oh, I'll give you basically a 3-for-1, which, yeah, that was 3-for-1.
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't pay attention to wording, but it made me think. I thought a dragon egg, honestly, not like the dragon, but I thought it was like maybe a young dragon egg, and that's why it was like how big about
I
it
think
he
it
is.
was like a cluster.
I didn't even think it was like more than one because I didn't hear the 3-for-1, so I thought it was a dragon egg in there.
Especially
So
with Ezrin being so
protective about
pacifist.
Zim.
With Ezrin being like so like all life means so much, I knew it had to be something alive.
So yeah, and it had to be an animal. It had to be
Yeah.
something.
Oh, it had to be an animal. He opens the crate as a baby.
Oh.
That was my immediate thought with that. Yeah, that was basically my big thing was just like that whole that thought process of that was my
Mm.
oh, and then just Nyx again. I was just like,
Well,
not
we knew she
the
was. We knew she was coming.
I know, but I don't really care for her.
It's all good.
Okay, so very briefly with this one, I wish that we had more references to Chasing Shadows. That's all I'm going to say about that. Read Chasing Shadows. It is my favorite Dragon Prince short story. I wish we got more references to that. I wish we got Red Feather. That's all I'm going to say. Um, I I love this chapter because we got to see a team up that we don't see very often, Rayla and Soren,
Mhm.
or as I like to call the best bromance in the show. They are gym bros. Rayla and Soren are just gym bros. Um, I love seeing them interact off each other. They're really fun to just see working together. Um, it was I definitely think, and this is I don't know, this might just be me. I think that people go into this episode very differently, having or having not read Chasing Shadows, because I went into it expecting a lot more references to it, but we didn't get that. I feel like if I hadn't watched it, I would have had a different, or hadn't read it, I would have had a different reaction. But I
Yeah,
loved, I loved the Finnegan we got. I remember Finnegan being so hyped up because of his poster. Like everybody was just like, "Oh no, he's also hot."
Mhm.
That poster coming out, and everybody was just like, "Oh no, we got Nervos, but he's blue." I really love the return of Velas and Nyx. I with all of the side characters that we got this season, it does feel weird to me that Velas and Nyx were the one that got more than one episode. Like Ty Valentina got one episode. Luna,
Nope. Diminish.
hang on. Domina Profundus, I fixed it. Domina Profundus got one episode. Don't laugh at me. Domina Profundus only got one episode, but Nyx and Velas got they were prominent in one, but they were side characters in two others, both of them. It feels kind of weird for them to get a lot more prominence than getting new characters. We knew that Nyx would be coming back. A lot of people assumed that Velas would be coming back because you can't have a pirate season without the pirate. I love him to death, and I'd still love that they were just like, oh yeah, let's name him after the showrunner. Um, but yeah, I love seeing them come back. I'm on the different opinion of Abby. I love Nyx mostly because she got Raylan together. But yeah, no, this is a fun. This was before episodes 8 and 9 like destroy us emotionally. I think episodes 6 and 7 were really fun, and I think that was what was needed. Just two
Yeah.
very fun episodes.
Mhm. You get to deal a little bit more with the ocean, the water, the music in the background for
We
like those
finally get
scenes with
pirate
her.
time.
Exactly. And I love pirates. I love writing about pirates, reading
We
about
needed more
pirates.
pirates
So
this season.
yeah. I'm actually kind of grateful that these two were chosen. So oh gosh.
You
But
get the fun episodes, and
I
the
get the
happy
fun.
episodes, depression.
No. I'm sorry. Oh goodness me. Alright, speaking of fun episodes, we're gonna cut right into chapter 7. My husband's sending me photos of potatoes. Okay. That's fun. Anyway, continuing on. So, chapter 7 is called Sea Legs. We have King Ezrin awakes to 3 baitlings waking him up. He goes up to the deck and is greeted by King Soren, saying he doesn't know the baitlings' names quite yet. When one of the baby glow toads sneezes in the sunlight, just like Soren does too, Ezrin decides to call the green glow toad Sneasels. Sneasels. Excuse me. Callum and Rayla learn that Pilates? No, Pilates.
Velas.
Velas.
Velas or Velos?
Velas. Okay, that's a little bit easier on the tongue. Velas. Thank you. Lost the ship to a game of danger dice, and that Nynx is now the captain of the ship, or as she wants to call herself, the Commodore. Callum and Rayla talk about Erebos. Nynx isn't on board with the idea that Callum is now a high mage, so he does an air spell to make the wind go by quickly, which literally blows everyone away, and the blue glow toad falls into the ocean. A leviathan shows up encircling the baby glow toad, to which Ezrin reminds everyone that glow toads are delicious. Sorry, bait. Nynx and Callum rush to the side to help, but Soren leaps over the edge, calling Soren Ball, and lands in the water. He rescues the baby glow toad, putting the glow toad on his head for safety. Ezrin tells him to help, which Zim does, and flies over to get the baby glow toad and then flies back to the ship. Callum tells Soren to hold on when Soren tells him to have the others tell Claudia to say hi. I think it was so sweet to think of his sister in moments of death. It's like, ah. The others throw a rope to Soren, which he grabs and is pulled back to the boat. He looks back to see the Leviathan swimming away, which he responds with hurt that the Leviathan doesn't want to eat him. He is pulled back on to the ship, but now the crew faces another problem, which is Finnegrin's ship, Sea Legs, and her crew are following them. Ezrin remarks that they stole the glow toads from Finnegrin, and Nynx says that Finnegrin is one of the most vengeful pirates in all of Zadia. Okay. Ito, Pilates? Oh no. Velas. Warns that whenever Finnegrin captures prisoners, he flips a coin to determine whether or not they die. Heads, he drowns them in the icy depths. Tails, you wish it was heads. They go into like this foggy area, but before that, Callum does a spell to make the winds and the sails go faster. Soren names the blue glow toad hat, which Ezrin gives a thumbs up. They then sail into the fog, and Ezrin says that one of his jelly tarts is missing. He finds the culprit, the orange glow toad, and decides to give the glow toad name Jellybug. Nynx cuts the conversation short by saying Sea Legs is right behind them. Callum does another spell where he breathes in the air and expels it for their ship to go faster, which causes Sea Legs to go into a standstill. Rayla figures out that Callum took the wind away from Finnegrin's ship's sails, while Callum pants heavily. And this kind of goes back to the throwback real quick. Claudia in Season 1, I literally have a spell that will take your breath away. Callum has managed to learn that. Yet Nynx notices...
For Rayla, too!
Yet Nynx notices they are moving again, that Sea Legs is moving again, and they move towards Garla's teeth, which Pilates, oh gosh, Velas decides to try the teeth. I know. They decide to go for the teeth. Nynx says no. Rayla says to sail through the teeth, and I mean, I feel like he's the captain of the ship. Can I just please call him captain? And Nynx is the Commodore, so Captain agrees and they decide to set a course. Sorry, my nose is running. They successfully sail through the jagged rocks, but Rayla says the ship is still following them. Much to the crew's horror, they find out that the Sea Legs is a giant hermit crab that is also able to walk through shallow rivers and on the rocks and broken ships. Unable to gain directions from the crew, the ship crashes into a rock and the ship starts to sink. The ship is then boarded by the pirates and they are all bound up. Finnegrin approaches them, flipping a coin. He flips it, he catches it, and it says tails. The others go into the brig, but Finnegrin instructs the crew to keep Callum separated, saying he has a separate task for him. At Lux Aria, we see Breakfast Guard again. Yay, Breakfast Guard! However, a shadow darts inside. Queen Janai sits in a tent, waiting for General Maya's return. General Miana reports that there is something strange happening in the camp, possibly a ghost. Janai asks if she could trust Miana, to which Miana responds with yes, and Queen Janai instructs her with an important task. The ghost, or Kimdale the Blood Moon Huntress, sneaks into the camp. She walks into the building to be ambushed by several human and elf guards. However, she pulls out a gem and drinks a drop of blood, which then causes her to use her powers and defeat the guards. Kimdale then arrives at the tree with the sun's seed inside, where Queen Janai was waiting for her. The two fight, both using their powers, yet Queen Janai is defeated. Yet when Kimdale tries to find the Sunseed, it is not there. The other guards try to stop her, but Kimdale vanishes with Queen Janai at her side. Gren and Kazi help the guards, and two figures approach, and Gren sees it is General Amaya and Corvus. General Amaya gives Gren a big hug, and Amaya looks for Janai, which Kazi and Gren tell Amaya about the queen being taken. Amaya starts to feel anxious, but she decides with a determined look that she'll do anything to get Janai back. Claudia, Terry, Viren, and the Being were not seen in this episode. Okay, we're done. Try to get through it quickly.
You went really
my
quick.
breath.
Get all the info.
Oh,
Just like Callum's.
I know. Goodness gravy. Yes, that was like my one thing was the call back to season 1. I literally have a spell that'll take your breath away, and then Callum must have been able to learn it. The other thing too.
I said the joke in it, but I'm gonna say it again. He's already done that to Rayla.
Oh, yeah. So the other thing too was I noticed Rayla seemed more comfortable on the boat, like on the ship and stuff. She was like giving orders and helping give directions, moving stuff around. And did anybody catch? I don't know about this, but did anybody catch the look that Gren gave the one guard? There's a little TikTok going around about it. Did anybody else see that?
The breakfast guard finally found a friend.
I know, yeah. I was happy. I was happy to see Breakfast Guard again. I know, small minor characters. I was like, Breakfast Guard is back, and he has a friend.
Really stupid headcanon is because we saw the other person that was in the Breakfast Guard conversation there too. And she like looked so annoyed, and I'm just like, she's jealous. She has a crush on Breakfast Guard, and now the elf guard is trying to steal it from her.
Oh, yeah. That was my only thing too. Was like, I don't know. There's a lot of good stuff. So let's see. Who's doing episode 8? Avery.
I'm doing episode 8.
Okay,
oh, God.
so
Sorry, for some reason I choked on my own air.
You're good. Let's see. So we'll do Abby. Just brief thoughts, because we still got like 50-ish minutes. I know you're doing the last episode, so brief thoughts about episode 8, and then Avery, brief thoughts, and then go from there.
So yeah, it was really nice seeing, like, I know I love that callback, but I also feel like, because I know Callum also did some training with the sky elf on the top of the mountain. Yeah, like as they were starting to go up the mountain, they lose their breath after a certain point and all. I feel like he learned the spell from that, from being taught from the elf, from how they like that part is how he got it from them. Like, I feel like it might have possibly come from that too. Like, because knowing him, he probably finally convinced him to give him a tutor, because knowing him, he would have wanted it.
I feel like Ibis got so annoyed with him, he was eventually just like, here, just your books, go read, kid.
So just I was like, me thinking about that too. I was just like, that's also like reminded of that. And then just that whole tense back and forth of them trying to like stop this approach, and it just not working. The other tense conflict of our blood moon huntress coming in, and just no one could stop her once she started the rampage onto the camp, and even Janai at her best trying, even she couldn't stop her. But I wanted to know, like, personally, I still want to know what was the point between the marking that she did before she took her. Like, does that marking, her doing it, is that how she transport her with her? Or, like, what is it? Because, like, that's never explained.
It could be a tether, but yeah, it's not explained.
So that was pretty interesting, and that's, yeah.
Interesting.
So for me, I have two things really, because we've gotten kind of into this, and we also don't have a lot of time. One, when this season was like, the crew was discussing this season, they were just like, all right, guys, here's some facts. Someone gets stabbed, and everybody was just like, wait, someone gets stabbed, and everybody was trying to figure out just who's gonna get stabbed, and the biggest people, most people thought it was gonna be either Callum or Soren. and then turns out it's just a random guard. Which, I'm sorry you got stabbed, dude, but you got really built up. And then the other thing that I want to point out, this is another fun behind the scenes thing. There was a cut joke in this episode that I'm so sad got cut. So Callum, Nyx is like pointing out to Callum, just like, oh, like, you know, they have like all this stuff. Callum repeatedly would go, I think he does it twice in this episode. Well, we have something they don't. He takes off his shirt and shows off the Manus Plume of Atlantis runes. And the second time he does it, Ezra just goes, Callum, did you put your shirt back on just so you could take it off again? And I asked one of the writers this, and I was given confirmation. Rayla would be blushing in the background.
Oh.
So I love that there was supposed to be a cut joke that was just Callum taking off his shirt repeatedly. It was cut due to the fact that they would have to make a whole new model for Callum, and they did not have the time. Because this is how 3D modeling works. If you have clothes on a 3D model, they don't have a body under that. So if you took Callum's shirt off of his current model, there would just be a black void. So they would have had to make a whole new model. I'm sad that it got cut, but it was very funny. I can send y'all the script for that one.
Later
it's
on.
Very funny to me. But I'm sad it got cut. I wish we could have seen, because, like, listen, we all know that Callum has probably gotten kind of buff. Actually, no. Jesse and Akalia, the voice of Soren, he did confirm Callum is slightly buff now. And he,
to be fair, he had to get kind of buff, at least arm wise, to have to do all the his wings and stuff.
He also confirmed that he also confirmed that basically he would just like, it was pretty much in case Rayla came back that he tried to get more muscular. It's like, he confirmed that in a live stream like 2 weeks ago, and I was screaming. Yeah, no, wish we got that joke, but this is such a fun episode. It was like Fast and Furious on boats with some magic. And unless y'all have anything else to say, nope. It's time to get into my personal favorite episode in the whole show.
The best episode in the whole show.
Where's my paper bag?
The winner of the best episode tournament that I held after season 5 by a mile. I think this had like 70% of the overall votes.
To be fair, this is the episode we fought over, so you have to say
we
the
all
best
were,
episode of the
you
show.
And me especially, we were just like,
I was like, I don't want it.
And Jen was just like, I'm going to make a wheel. I swear to God.
I did. Wheel decider.
No, episode 8. I think most people's reaction after episode 8 was that wasn't the finale. Because there was so much. Okay. Just to compare, my notes for episode 1 and 5 were about 1-ish pages on Microsoft Word. Vinegar's Wake is almost 3.
Oh my gosh.
There's so much.
I'm like, are we gonna have enough time? Alright, go.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay. So we start off this episode. The Sea Legs is sailing along. Finnegan enters his office cabin area where Callum is chained up to a pillar, and all of the animals, all the animals are locked in cages together. Finnegan tells Callum, hey, one of your guys has already given us the information we want, and we let her go. So just give us the information, you'll be free. Or not the information, just give us what we want, and we'll let you go free. Callum is just like, well, what do you want from me? And he says, I need you to do some dark magic. And Callum's just like, absolutely not. I'm not doing that. And Finnegan's just like, all right, hey, Elmer, go torture this child. And I'm very thankful that they cut away, but we do hear it. Callum gets tortured. He gets repeatedly electrocuted by CNN enemies. And oh, poor boy. Therapy now. We then cut to the Sunfire camp where Corvus and Amaya. Corvus shows up with crutches, so he's definitely injured after everything that happened. Amaya, Gren, and Kazi are there, and he tells them, "We can't find Janai. There's not even a trace was left. They just gone." And Amaya and Gren basically say, "Hey, you did everything you could. Go lay down. You're not physically great right now. Take a nap." Which we all will need after this episode. So they suddenly hear some loud commotion out of the tent, and Amaya walks out to see Pharaohs, and or not to see Pharaohs, sorry. They go out, and Amaya learns that Pharaohs was involved in the abduction of Janai. Wait, no, Pharaohs was there. Yeah, no, they walk out to see Pharaohs, and he tells them that he was involved. I'm sorry, I wrote that down wrong. We then cut back to the sea legs, where Callum is now very bruised, very bruised, slightly bloodied up. He's been repeatedly punched in the face by sea anemones, which have been electrocuting him. He's assuring all of the animals, "Hey, I'm okay. I promise, I'm fine." Finnegan walks back in, and Finnegan is basically just like, "You're a human. You're a human mage. You've done dark magic. You can do it for me." And Callum's just like, "I've never done it. I will never do dark magic." And Finnegan's just like, "You've never done dark magic." And Callum just went, "Okay, one time I did dark magic, but never again." And he's just like, "I only did it to save the people I cared about, to save a person I cared about who would have died if I hadn't had done it." And Finnegan says that Finnegan reveals the spell that he wants to use. He wants to use the same spell that Harrow used to kill Abizandum to kill Domina Profundus. Back to the Sunfires. Pharaohs tells Amaya what's the word? I wrote it. No, I didn't write it. The ransom that Kareem will accept in exchange for Janai. Janai will be returned if Miana, who we have not mentioned yet, Miana is Kareem's girlfriend. If Miana brings the Sun Seed to him. Amaya and Gren refuse because of how much Janai values the Sun Seed being in her possession and how much it means to the future of the Sunfire people. Pharaohs says that Kareem will have Janai killed if he does not get the Sun Seed in a timely manner. Back to the boat. Callum is obviously very shocked that Finnegan wants to kill an archdragon, and Finnegan says that before the ship that he uses now, he had another ship that he used for several decades that he would use to take down the biggest sea creatures. He would take down leviathans and krakens and all other types of sea creatures. But Domina Profundus was not a fan of what he was doing, so he destroyed the ship, whose name was Shelley. I don't know why I wrote the ship's name, but Domina spared Finnegan, but she says if she ever sees him offshore again, she will drown him. Finnegan says that Domina Profundus's life ending by killing Domina Profundus, he will ensure his freedom. Callum basically is just like, you don't want freedom, you want control. You want to control the ocean, basically. You don't want freedom for yourself, you want control over everything else. Finnegan decides to take Callum up onto the ship's deck to basically prove his point. He takes them in front of his friends, and Finnegan says, "All right, here's the deal. Y'all stole from me, and thieves get their hands cut off." So, so he turns to Callum and is just like, "Which of your friends is getting their hands cut off?" And in response, everybody is just like, you can take mine. Rayla literally says, I almost lost one before. Go ahead. I was supposed to lose one like 2 years ago. Finnegan is very shocked at this response, as he's probably never had friends like that before. Poor guy. Callum explains that this is what family is, people that are willing to risk it all for one another. He doesn't have that even with his own crew. Finnegan decides to give Callum a snake, a rattlesnake's rattle, and basically it's just like, all right, if you'll do anything for your friends, turn the chains into snakes like you did before. Go ahead, do dark magic. We once again cut to the Sunfire plot, where Kareem and Kindael are waiting for where they believe Miana will show up with the Sunseed. Kindael goes into hiding when they spot a rider in the distance, and Kareem believes it is Miana. However, it turns out to be Amaya in disguise with a captured Pharaohs. Amaya fights with Kareem and successfully defeats him, and Kindael brings out Janai to prevent Amaya from finishing the job and killing Kareem. Good lord, I'm halfway through. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
This is a lot. Back to the boat. Finnegan is basically trying to tempt Callum and is just like, come on, they would lose their hands for you. You could do some dark magic for them. But everybody, especially Rayla, is just like, hey, no, put down. Bad Callum. Put down the snake. Rayla ends up, and this is, oh god, this scene hurts, but also it's awesome. Rayla ends up breaking out of the hold of one of the guards and rushes at Finnegan. However, Finnegan does a spell called Venus Frigoris, which causes her blood to literally freeze. So bloodbending is real in this universe. And Callum quickly rushes over to her and is like holding her, and she's screaming in pain and oh my heart. And Finnegan is like taunting him. He's just like, now you see how it feels and blah 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 blah. Callum responds by punching the man in the face. Which, oh my gosh, that was my favorite scene in this whole. Oh, let Callum be more violent, please. Let the boy be slightly more violent. Not evil violent. Let him be slightly violent. Finnegan says that was a bad move, and he has Elmer punch Callum in the face and knock him out. We cut to where Callum is waking up. Finnegan is basically just like, well, you done messed up, and so I need something to feed to this Leviathan now. And Callum's just like, oh, so you're gonna use bait? And he's just like, no, I'm gonna use your girl. I'm gonna use your elf girl to lure it out. And Callum very quickly is just like, no. Okay, here's what you need for the spell. Please, just don't hurt her. And he says, too late. The deal's no longer on the table. And he walks out as Callum is screaming at him, like, don't do this. They're in love, Your Honor. Back to the Sunfires. Kimdale's just like, hey, I did what you want. Release me from the debt, and I'll kill your sister, and we could just, I'll just be on my way. However, Janai, so Kareem is just like, okay, and he says the words to release her from the debt, but for some reason it doesn't work. Janai is just like, buddy, it's whoever's like the ruler. It doesn't matter if you're the bloodline. It's whoever's the king or queen. You have no power over her. Pharaoh ends up freeing himself during this. Kareem is just like, well, fine, I'll kill you myself. And then I'll be the king. Amaya ends up slashing him in the eye. Is what I have written down. So in the end, Kim Dael is just like, well, if both of you die, then I will not have anything left. I will not be able to escape from this. So see you later, and she just leaves. She tells Janai that they will meet again, but she leaves. She also kisses Janai on the cheek. Amaya and Janai reunite, and Pharaohs and Kareem escape. Back to the boat. We have two plots. We have the boat and the other one. So Finnegan has used bait as a lure for their Leviathan, and he pulls him out of the ocean, and Rayla is tied up, hanging upside down, ready to be fed to the Leviathan. As she is being lowered, we suddenly hear Callum using magic, and we see Wind pick up Rayla, lift her onto the boat. She's caught by Soren, and Callum has somehow freed himself, and he faces off against Finnegan. Callum tries casting Fulminous, but Finnegan casts the blood freezing spell on him, which causes him to misdirect the lightning up to the sky. However, as Callum's blood is freezing, at that exact moment, he connects to the Ocean Arcanum, and he is able to undo the blood freezing spell. And he basically is just like, hey, I figured it out. The whole thing that I've been trying to figure out with the Ocean Arcanum, I believed it was all about freedom, but it's not. It's all about how you have to let go of control. That's the whole thing with the Ocean Arcanum. And he basically is just like, you know this, but you refuse to accept it. And that's why you're doing this. And Finnegan's just like, all right, screw this. Elmer, go beat up these kids. And Soren then goes over and is just like, you don't have to keep doing this, I swear. Oh wait, we didn't know his name yet. He tells his but Soren does therapy with him, and it works shockingly.
Yeah, because I think they just called him Driftwood. Was
They
what
call
Deadwood.
him.
called
They just called
him.
him Driftwood, yeah. But Soren is like doing therapy with him as he is wailing on him, and Soren keeps getting knocked down, and everybody's just like, Soren, stay down. And Soren's just like, no, I'm not going to. So he keeps getting back up, and he keeps getting wailed on, and even Driftwood at this point is just like, why do you keep getting back up? And Soren's just like, I know how you feel because I've been in this situation. You don't have to be cruel like him. He's calling out Viren. And Elmer at this point, yeah, Deadwood. He is called Deadwood. Elmer is very sick of this, and he is just like, you know what? You're right. So he lifts Finnegan into the air and holds him out over the boat, and Finnegan is just like, hey, no, put me down. You can't do this, Deadwood. And he holds him up to his face and it says, my name is Elmer, and then he drops him into the Leviathan's mouth. Good man, Elmer. So everybody gets freed from their chains. All of the crewmates are just like, yeah, cool. Oh, I didn't mention this. All the crewmates are held hostage, basically, by Finnegan under threat of having their blood frozen, like he did to Rayla and Callum. Nyx comes back and is just like, see, you're fine. And they're all just like, hi, screw you. But they all are saying like, all right, let's go to the Sea of the Cast Out. We are almost there at this point. Actually, they literally get to the entrance of the Sea of the Cast Out, where we see a statue of Erebos, and this was revealed later on outside of the show, but the Merciful One, another Star Touch elf, another Star Touch elf who we will see in season 6. And the episode ends with one of my personal favorite scenes, but also where Rayla comes over to Callum and she just like, oh, 2 primal sources now. You're getting greedy now, Mr. Mage. And Callum is visibly just not okay. He's been through a lot. He's very somber. He's very sad. And Rayla like is just like, hey, are you okay? And Callum says that he's fine. Um and Rayla says that's good, and she hugs him, and Callum, very like with a very sad expression on his face, hugs her back. And we slowly pan down to Finnegrin's room where we see 2 snakes come out for where Callum was chained up. And that's how the episode ends.
He handled it so much
And
better
that
than me.
is-
I just would have screamed.
And that is the episode before the finale. We still got another one.
I know, which we'll get
This
into.
episode was a soap opera.
I like it. Okay, so Miko's gonna be the last. Avery, did you have any additional commentary about the episode? I just have like 1 or 2 little points, but
I love the sea shanty, The Dark-Eyed Sailor.
yes.
Oh, we recently got like a full lyric version, and I'm planning
Good.
on recording a full version because I love it so much.
Mm-hmm.
This episode is just so good. It's so good. I love it when and I like we know that it's been confirmed that season 6 is going to be very much more for teenagers and adults. Like I've literally been told by Ernie has himself, hey, maybe don't watch the show with the 7-year-old. She may not be old enough. But I love it when Dragon Prince goes very serious and dark with its storylines, and this is the darkest it's gotten so far. Finnegrin's Wake by far, and that is coming after season 1 literally beginning with an assassination plots. This episode was insane. I had to take a few minutes to calm myself after this episode. This is not only like one of the best episodes just story-wise, but I think this is the best written episode of the show. I adored it so much. Again, wish we got more Finnegrin. I wish we got more of the side characters than just 1 episode, or well, in Finnegrin's case, 2.5. But this is by far my favorite episode of the entire series, bar none. It was the easy. It was. If this was the finale, I would have been happy with this as a finale. That's saying something. This was like the finale didn't even get this insane. Which a lot of people were just like, the finale's gonna make you cry, and then everybody was just like, no, it was the episode before that. But yeah, adore this episode. It was so good, and it's very near and dear to my heart. And man, Callum punching a man in the face.
Oh man.
Listen, if Raylan doesn't end up happening again, I cosplay Rayla. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you took one of the things I was going to say. Dark-Eyed Sailor is now out and available. The lyrics are on the Dragon Prince Instagram site. You can check those out. And then I was just going to mention too, the Raylan moment at the end, that hug. I think he just really needed a hug at that point. That poor boy was going through so much. So yeah, that was really adult at the end. So
the child that I watched a show with, when I watched that scene with her, when Rayla went in for a hug, she was just like, they're gonna kiss! No! And I was just like, honey.
I don't think they were gonna kiss on a boat full of people, but
every time those
definitely
two are within like 5 feet of each other, she's just like, Miss Avery, are they gonna kiss? And I'm just like, honey, give them time.
Give them time, that's right. Alrighty, and Miko-chan, any thoughts about episode 8 before you dive into our final episode?
So first things first, a lot of moments it feels like this meme kind of ties it up. I'm just gonna post it in chat. I just feel like this is Finnegan's reaction. This is a couple of other
This is fine.
Finnegan's reaction to people. Finnegan's reaction with everyone in the hands thing.
Yes. Just also just
yeah.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah.
That was Finnegan with the hands thing. Elmer with Soren continuing going up. Like, just like there's just moments that this just so perfectly fits those moments. Now the meme aside, I just had to. And I'm just gonna touch on the lighter stuff before I get to the part that I'm just like really excited for. Amaya coming in like a freaking hero for her woman.
Girl math.
Yes. And then just for Janai just to come to look at her brother and just be like, I don't think it has to do with who is the queen. I think it's because he is
He's
now
advantaged.
banished, so he no longer has he
He's
lost
technically no longer royalty.
yeah, he's stripped of his title completely. So he no longer holds the title of royalty. So
I
because
do find it kind of funny that like Amaya had to wear like that full mask, which the problem is it wouldn't be like, oh, she got close and then he recognized her. No, he would have recognized her from really far away purely because of the skin color.
she okay, here's the thing. Amaya is a general. She's strategic in
Yes.
her thing. So she strategically figured out how to be able to trick an enemy to get close, to catch him off guard, to plan the whole thing. Not only did she wear the mask, she put the priest behind her to imitate the horn, so he
Yep.
was caught off guard and thought it was his lover until the last possible second to trick
I'm
him.
shocked
And
you didn't
just,
notice the hair.
yeah, like how did you not notice your fucking lover's
Miana's
hair?
hair is like she has a full
Which is
afro.
fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love.
I
But
know.
so I just had to
Only
point
the
out that
lesbian love is real.
lesbian love's real. Just I just want to go. Straight love isn't real in the show, guys. It's LGBT all
Okay,
the way.
so Ray love. Well, no, there is the rule that everybody in the Dragon Prince is bi until proven otherwise.
But it's just unless you're straight passing, but yeah, I just how did you not you straight say you love this person but you couldn't recognize your own lover?
Yeah, like yeah, she just doesn't respond to him. That didn't raise any red flags.
No.
So but that aside, the fact that again, like I said, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. Callum is mirroring Viren, and the other Easter egg. I didn't catch it the first run through of watching. The first run through of watching the show because we'll skip through the opening the title like
Yep.
the theme credit things and everything. If you watch this episode, the opening things, instead of it being Viren, it is Callum that Erebos picks up as a play figure. And
the
I
only
think
other time that happened.
Let Miko Chan finish, please.
Sorry.
but it is interesting that it is Callum this time because I did hear we found out there was 3 different ones that was created. There was a Viren one, there's a Callum one, and there's a Claudia one. I don't know where the Claudia one shows up or is ever seen, but there was 3 ones that was created apparently.
So the Claudia one has never been seen.
But
the Callum one has been seen one other time, and that was the possession episode in season 4. So season 4, episode 4. Every other time it's been Viren.
So, but that is actually been stated. There is a Claudia version as well.
Yes, it's just never been shown. It might be in season 6. We don't know. There is also something funny to point out. Callum has used dark magic twice, and both times Callum has used dark magic twice, balloons. And both times he connected to a primal source. As a direct.
No, he did not connect with a primal source immediately with the second time.
Not immediately, but very soon after. because season 2, he dark magic coma, he connected to the Sky Arcanum. Season 5, he did dark magic, and like 15 minutes later, he connected to the Ocean Arcanum.
The first one, there was a day or two before he did because night passed, so it wasn't. It still was some time.
Yeah, but if he hadn't done dark magic, he probably at that time, probably in the future, but at that point in time, he probably would not have connected to the Sky Arcanum.
We just need the writers and the creators and everybody just sit down and explain magic. Just explain it in full, please.
Give us a lore book.
They do. They do actually explain it inside their D&D core book.
I have it right here. Hold on.
We're not gonna get into it because we need to.
But they do explain more in detail about the different things. But that is just not here, not that.
That's just a connection that I've made for Callum.
It's a theory. It's a headcanon.
But what I was going to say, the other thing that's I keep getting cut off, so I keep forgetting my points I was going to make.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to kind of throw them out there quickly before, so we can get. The other thing that's really really much so about, besides the little sit down heart to heart moment about them having at the very end that's like really really touching and everything and all, it's the fact that now there's a new thing that Callum has just now hidden. It's a new thing that he knows that is that caused big conflicts in the relationship in the past. That was a big conflict point in their relationship, and now we're going to be seeing soon, hopefully in the next season, how is this going to play out. And because we already know they have to have this conversation at some point with how their relationship stands, but like their big conflict has now grown even bigger because now more things has gone on top of each other because Mr. I trust you. We should open up and trust each other and talk things out. But now I am deliberately having to hide something because I know this is going to cause conflict in our relationship that we're trying to build up and bud again. And it's caused conflict before. But this isn't a small thing. This is a world-ending bad thing because I know this is the thing that caused Erebos to be able to possess me, and now we have more problems. But instead of opening up and telling my girlfriend, hey, I did this, so we might have more of a problem with Erebos. He's hiding it.
Sorry, I thought you were
done. It's interesting.
It's like a really interesting dynamic when he was already fearful, like knowing that he was easily being able to be possessed and controlled by Erebos because he did dark magic before. Now he's done it again, so how much more easier will he be possessible now that he's done it again? But instead of revealing this to her, he's hiding this information.
Yeah.
We do know that the more you use dark magic, the more susceptible you are to Erebos, which is why Claudia and Diren were so susceptible from the very beginning, and why it took him basically making contact with Callum to be able to possess him the first time. But also, with Callum hiding this from her, you basically see a flip-flop in Callum and Rayla's relationship dynamic. At the beginning of the series, Callum was very open with Rayla after, getting to trust her. But once he, like even halfway through season 1, he was very open with her, but Rayla kept a lot hidden, and now Rayla is being very open with Callum about most parts of her life. I don't think she's given the whole explanation on everything that's happened in the last 2 years, but she's much more open with him, and Callum is much more closed off, and it's weird to see that flip flop.
Yeah.
And we gotta go because we got like 5 minutes.
I know. So it's all interesting stuff. I keep wanting to talk about more, but we do need to wrap up with our 9th and final episode. So Miko-chan, take it away.
So it starts off with Zabea having basically a fever dream because we know she's sick. She's corrupted, slowly getting corrupted by the dark magic Sunforge corruption bite, and she sees her husband
Avizandum.
Yeah,
I'm the
Azandum.
name guy.
Yeah. It's like I had it earlier, forgot it now. His petrified. So she sees his petrified body, and then it like comes to life, and so she starts having a heart to heart with him about her wanting to give up and just wanting to just, um, you know, let go and join him because it would be easier. She's in so much pain. She feels like she's just burning from the inside out, and he's like, it's not your time. Like, it's you need to get help. Like, you need to find help. And she's like, I can't move. I have no energy to do this. And he's like, no, you need to do it. You need to do it for Zim. He needs you. I'm gone, but you need to continue living. And it's just that love of a supporting husband, even beyond the grave, just loving his wife, saying, you need to live on regardless of what happens to me, and you can do it. But you have to go. And just gave her that push. So after that, she wakes up and it motivates her to pull together all her remaining strength to leave the storm spire, and she starts flying and weakly flying away. And you start seeing the corruption growing and growing until it like you fills her eye, and she just falls from the sky and crashes in the forest. And that's where it kind of leaves her for the moment. And we don't see any more from her for a while. So then we go back to Team Zim, who starts rowing a rowboat to the middle, to the away from Sea Legs, and they're preparing to find Erebos' prison. And they're concerned that Claudia's group has already gotten ahead of them. They probably have already found Erebos' prison and everything. Like, they've been ahead of us every step of the way. And Ez is like, no, guys, it's fine. Because we know one thing they don't. We know what Erebos' prison is. We know it's the true nature of it. Meanwhile, Claudia and Terry and them, like, Claudia's freaking out, like, thinking, oh my god, okay, we follow the map. It's supposed to be a brown island. There's no brown island. Where is it? We're here. Where is it? And they're freaking out. It's the 30th day. The resurrection spell is going to expire today. And she's freaking out because she's like, I gotta save my dad. We gotta fix it. We have to find Erebos. And Terry realizes the brown island isn't a brown island. It was just, you know, food coming from a dragon's teeth. So looking at it and thinking about it, they realize Erebos' prison is under the water. Hello. It all comes full circle. Ocean book. With that, she's like, oh, I got this. We need a purple pentapus, which is a throwback to Avatar The Last Airbender because there's purple pentapuses in Avatar The Last Airbender. So they go to class to catch a purple pentapus. So back over to Zim and them. They're after learning Erebos's prison is at the bottom of the sea of the cast out. Callum realizes the amulet, looking at it, has a spell on it that gives him the ability to breathe underwater. Um, so looking at it and figuring it out, he realizes he's going to be able to use his newfound um, ocean abilities to give Ez, Rayla, and himself the ability to breathe underwater. So he sits here, gets some ink, paint, creates some paint. Don't know where they have all this supply. Well, no, I say that, but Callum, I'm assuming it's Callum, relies on him, Mr. Artist.
He's a walking Hobby Lobby.
Yeah. He sits here and paints the magical runes on their necks, and he sits here and says the spell, and before jumping into the water, Ez follows him, no questions asked, as Rayla's just like, do I have to? Oh crap. So hesitantly she gets into the water, and under the water, Callum starts it off by just taking a deep breath, and it creates hills, magic. And Ez, like, sweet, follows his brother's lead. But when it comes to Rayla, because of her fear, she couldn't do it and panics and rushes up to the surface. Seeing that, Callum follows her, um, and Soren pulls her back on the boat, and Callum is. They're like, "What happened?" and everything. She's just like, "I can't do it. Like, I panicked and everything." And he's like, "I'm gonna get out and everything." And she's like, "No, no, just you've got a mission to do. You need to go. I can't do it, but you can. You need to go find Erebos' prison." So Callum and Ez go to find Ez's prison. Why Soren and Rayla sent on a boat where Soren says, "We have a more important duty to do. We're on dragon sitting duty and bait sitting duty."
Don't forget him again.
Meanwhile, Claudia, after catching her purple pentapus, takes the ink and a couple bits of blood and does her little blood magic spell, which gives her the ability to breathe underwater. Temporarily, she sits here, she gives a kiss to Baron and Terry, telling him goodbye, and she drinks her little potion of dark magic before starting to walk into the ocean, which is an exact mirror to the dream comatose state that Viren saw, which snaps Viren out of that comatose state. When he sees that, he starts to panic, rushing after Claudia, screaming, like yelling I say yelling, but he was like whispering her name. And as she gets far enough out, she just goes into the ocean. And he just kind of just shell shocked at that moment. Claudia, not Claudia, Count and Ez in the meantime are just like kind of just like exploring underwater, having a grand time. They're just having fun, and just exploring the new arcana, like Cal is exploring the new ocean arcana and what he can do, and they're just exploring the ocean in the meantime. Just fun like little lighthearted giveaway in between, and then just goes back to Erebos. Um, so then Erebos finally makes his appearance again. Erebos comes and he starts talking to Viren, telling him that they are, as they wait for Claudia's return, he starts talking to Viren, and Viren decides like, "I'm done with you, Erebos." Like we're like starts trying to ignore him and just starts to walk away, like no, we're done. And Erebos is just not taking no for an answer, because he doesn't understand boundaries, and just decides to take Viren's consciousness and pulls him into Erebos's prison to start talking to him. And Erebos starts boasting about the fact that, oh, my freedom is close at hand and everything, because uh, Claudia is so close. Others are getting close, but your daughter is so much stronger and all, um, and everything. But congratulations for getting here, Viren, and all. But you were cutting it really close. I mean, getting here on the last day, like man. And then he starts talking to him about um, how to make the resurrection spell permanent, calling it infant is sangria. It's an ancient
Degree?
spell. Yeah,
Again,
well, yeah.
it
I
works.
can't pronounce it either.
It's okay. Feeling great,
Um,
sweetie.
and it's an ancient blood. It's an ancient spell that requires the blood of Viren's child. So it kind of just like cuts there, so you get that Dudbin like what, and Viren's like before it goes back to Callum as being confronted by Claudia, who dark magic makes her be able to breathe underwater, but turns her into like this monstrous octopus looking thing, like basically looking like Ursula from The Little Mermaid, with like tentacles and everything. And she's just trying to like guilt them, like saying, like, I'm just trying to save my dad. Like, you should know what it's like to lose a parent. If you asked me to save King Herod, I would help you bring back your dad and save him and everything. And she's trying to persuade them and everything, and um, like they kind of see her, like the spell, like kind of like she starts to lose a leg, and when the spell starts wearing off, she starts drinking the potion and everything. As she starts doing this whole conversation with them, but then she gets mad. Like she starts looking around for Erebos's prison, and she doesn't see it, and she gets mad before realizing Ez knows the prison's true location and threatens to strangle the king when he doesn't tell him where it is. Before it goes back to Viren, where Viren's like, no, I am not sacrificing my children. And Erebos is like, I'm not asking you. I know I'm not. I would never ask you to sacrifice Claudia or Soren. I'm telling you to sacrifice your other child. And Viren's like, I don't have another child. And when that happened, I will be one to say I was like, do not tell me they're about to drop that he and him and Callum are related, and
Everybody
that's why
thought
he had this thing. Please don't tell me that, because I will be like,
like 2 seconds. I'm pretty sure the entire fandom went, wait, we were joking!
I was
Everyone's
like,
going their
don't
path.
do this to me. Don't do this to me. Don't do this where Erebos reveals it that even Viren doesn't know this, or Viren's been keeping this a secret the whole time. Like, don't tell me this. Um, but uh,
No,
but
it's worse.
but instead, Erebos made different shippers happy. I don't know how many times I've seen this ship pop up in Dragon Prince fanfics and everything. Um, Erebos looks at him and goes, "No, I'm talking about our child." He was like, he was so cute because he's referring to the homunculus, also known as the being, is what it's been called. The little the moth being thing, but it's also more known as a homunculus. But he tells him that he needs to kill him to make it permanent, and but
If I was a worm,
that
Dad.
he would show him how to use every drop of him, killing him and use every drop of him in order to make the spell permanent. But Viren has this moment where he's like, no, he finally, after all this, he gives this whole speech about I've had enough of dark magic. It's been nothing but awful. It's been causing nothing but problems. Like, I'm done with it. It's caused me to lose my daughter because he thought he lost Claudia at this point and everything. It caused her to set down this path and everything, treacherous path. Like, he basically is rejecting Erebos, and he's like done with him. They're done with Erebos, and he's done with dark magic, and he's not doing it anymore. And he like storms away and walks into the nearby forest to just walk away to just die in peace. Is basically what Viren wants at this point. And Erebos just so annoyed at this, just basically his spectral form disappears. With the being just kind of like, but why are my dads fighting?
Who
Dad,
gets custody in the divorce?
right?
Also, Terry's like 5 feet away this whole time.
Yeah, and I was like, Terry, did you not hear the Viren yelling?
Terry, that's what I said. I gotta send you this one meme. It's Terry like 5 feet away with headphones on, listening to Ed Sheeran while going.
He would.
It's on my phone, not my computer. I'll send it later.
I also just love Erebos going, but don't you see the resemblance? He has my eyes, and then the being that makes a yelling noise. He must have got that voice from your side of the family. But yeah, Claudia ends up knocking Callum out for a short second and demands Ezrin to like reveal the location of Erebos' prison. Um, but before Ezrin can even reveal anything, that is when Raylo actually comes in out of nowhere, shooting arrows, and shooting arrows into the tentacle arm that holds Ezrin captive, releasing him, and Callum grabs him and pulls him to safety and everything, which makes Claudia more angry that she basically goes after Rayla first and tries to strangle her and grabs her. And then she just starts trying to fight all three of them. And this free for all fight is happening. And in this struggle, um, Rayla manages to get both of her arms free, and Stella sits here and opens one of her portals up to the location where the blades are like her blades have been knocked aside. So she sticks her hand through the portal, grabs the blades out, and just slices off the tentacle holding her, which like basically like stuns Claudia, like puts her into like shock at that point. Um, and sometime and so Rayla grabs Ezrin, and then as Claudia lets go of all of them, and in the middle of this tangle, Callum has grabbed the potion of dark magic off of Claudia and just opens it and lets it free, which dispels the magic. And as Claudia returns to her regular form, you just see blood freeing from Claudia. And so you don't get a really good view of where the blood's coming from at that moment in time. You get an idea, but you don't get a real good picture at that moment in time. And so she goes swimming up to towards the top, and all Callum, Ez, and Rayla end up hugging each other before they separate, and they're just like Rayla's like, okay, well, like where's what we're looking for and everything. And Ez looks around before finding this clam shell. And inside the clam shell is a bright white pearl that they go and pick up. Um, and then it cuts back to the Sunfire camp, where Corvus, Gwen, and Kazi are surveying a map of the camp, just like serious mode and everything. When guards announce that Amaya and Janai have returned, and the two were just kids are coming up. Kids were coming up. They were giving up flowers. They were just kind of just happy that they're back and everything. But the three come up and they're just like serious looks and everything, and they're just like, what's wrong? I thought you'd be like kind of like, what's wrong? I thought you'd be more happy. And they're just like, you've been betrayed. Um, and it it's just you get the response of you've been betrayed before it switches over to Farine with the high priest, just being upset, sulking like sore loser babies around their camp. When they notice Miana coming up to their camp, and he gets so excited to see his girlfriend that he recognizes, you know,
This
you
time.
know, throw shade because if you can't recognize your girlfriend the first time, I'm surprised you recognized her the second time. But she comes and she tells him, I never was against you. And she delivers to him not only the sun seed, he breaks down in tears about that, but she also delivers to him an army.
We have an army. We have an Amaya.
So you find out what that Janai was betrayed, losing the seed. Not sure if she knows about the army part yet, but we'll find out in season 6, hopefully. But then the seed, yes. Meanwhile, Zabea is struggling to like regain her strength to try to like leave again, and you hear this talk and everything, and you hear like a redemption of the Muffin Man, but it's it's the funniest little song. But it's an Earth Blood elf who is using his magic to heal her from her infection and is curing her. And it's just the silliest little redemption of the Muffin Man. But it's the Mushroom Man, is what it was. Um, but it's great. So, Mommy Dragon is healed. We love Mommy. She's fixed. She's back. She's getting better.
We love
Uh,
Mom.
we love Mommy. Uh,
Dragon Mommy.
we love the mother figures in this show. Okay, they're great.
Don't call Zubea Mommy. There are people who call Zubea Mommy.
Not that kind of mom.
Yeah.
Not that kind.
No, no.
Not that kind. We are not condoning that kind.
No.
I'm just saying mother figure.
Yes.
We here at Demon Interviews do not condone dragon. Do not
Anything
condone
like that. Moving on. We're gonna wrap this up.
But Janai, we go back to the Sunfire camp, and Janai is having yet another nightmare. But this time, a twist has happened, and she is taking her sister's place. And right before the killing of her sister by Erebos, Erebos tells her that what happened to her grandmother, and she tell her grandmother, and he tells her that he swallowed her
Nom, nom, nom.
before killing her. And um, she wakes up in tears as Amaya comforts her with a hug. And then back to our two groups in the Sea of Castouts. Claudia gets washed up on shore, reunited with Terry and the Being, and um, Terry was like in panic about waiting for like freaking out about why it was taking her so long, and she's in tears crying, and that is when he realized that she is missing a leg, and she is crying because she failed in freeing Erebos and making Viren's resurrection permanent. Meanwhile, Callan, Raylo, Azarin have returned to the rowboat and reunited with the team as they gaze upon the pearl that was created to contain Erebos. And the chapter ends with Viren in the forest awaiting his forthcoming death. I guess, crying as he regrets and slightly in fear of his forthcoming death to come.
Mhm.
Because I feel like anyone would be slightly afraid to die alone.
Especially if you know it's coming.
Yeah, and to know it's coming, it's just that
Knowing your
that
death is coming would be the worst.
mentality of it all, and knowing there's nothing you can do. It's just a little too real.
Yeah.
The There's only one thing I have to say about this episode personally, and it's just the amount how proud I am of Rayla to be able to get past her trauma and get over her fear and trauma of water to get past it and be able to do what she did and help them out and go in there like that. The growth, the character development and growth there that she was able to do that. I love that. I love seeing that growth and development there. And also seeing Viren and Viren's growth, like I said before, like becoming a bit of a Viren sympathizer in all this, of seeing him just being able to go like, nah, screw this. I'm walking away from this. Like this has done nothing but like cause problems and like understanding where he came from and all this, and not realizing that he wasn't all bad to begin with, and he just started becoming more and more corrupt as things came along, but he started it with the best intentions. Like, came a bit of a sympathizer, not gonna lie. But yeah, those are
Viren,
like two thoughts on it.
Okay.
Viren's absolutely become a very sympathetic character over the past 2 seasons. Because we, even at the beginning of season 4, he literally told Claudia, he was just like, dude, you've given me 30 days. You given me 30 days I thought I wouldn't have. Let's go do stuff. Let's go eat cake. And Claudia responded by slapping him in the face and saying, no, we're doing my way. Viren didn't want a second chance at life. Viren didn't ask for a second chance at life. Claudia gave it to him, and he lived that 30 days. He never wanted to live again. And I feel like at the end of it, he just felt regrets that even though he was given that second chance, he didn't do anything with it besides chase after something unattainable. He
I
spent his
do like
whole life
that he
chasing after
tried.
power, and he never got it, and now he's sorry. He
Oh, I just wanted to add in with your comment there about the when he said he just, I don't want to do that. I just want to do this. Like he just he wanted to spend those last 30 days with his family, like with his kids, like just realizing how precious the remainder of his time was and everything.
I think
Like,
that's the only reason he did what he did with Claudia, because he was just like, you know what? I'm with my daughter.
so I'm sorry for like cutting in. I just wanted to add into that
No, you're
like
fine.
thought you brought in there, and I was like, that is the perfect thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's the sum up of everything. He just wanted to, like, I've been a shitty parent this last few years,
He's lost
and
his son.
he lost his son.
I mean, like, Soren's still alive, but like this was a side story, but like they saw each other once in that 30 days. And it was basically Soren did not want to speak to him. Soren had a panic attack. Viren calmed him down, and then Soren pushed him away. That was the base of it.
Yep.
And you saying like, "Oh, I've become a Viren sympathizer and all this," I definitely have as well. But there was something, I did a podcast with someone about Soren's short story this season where I said, essentially, Soren has accepted that Viren has done very bad things, but that does not mean that he has forgiven him for it. And I feel like that's where a lot of people are with Viren, we're just like, you have done terrible things, you have done awful things. You still deserve the chance at a good life, but we can't forgive you for the things you've done. We can't move on. We're never going to be able to fully move on from what you've done, but that doesn't mean you deserve a horrible life because of it. And yeah, Viren never wanted the 30 days that Viren lived. It wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to be with Claudia, yes, but he didn't want to go on this huge, massive quest to find a man that would probably not be found. And it sucks. And we don't know if Viren's dead. Lord knows, the theorists think he's alive. But, you know, at this point, if this is how Viren goes out, I think it's a very poetic way to go out. And I also just, this made me think of it. Just for the whole season, the entire dang cast did so good. Like, I'm not gonna say who they play. I'm just gonna say names: Jack, Paula, Jason, Ben, Jesse, Eric. Eric was only in one episode for Erebos, and he knocked it out of the dang park. I'm trying to think of more names. I can't think of names off the top of my head, but everybody, the entire cast did so good. And I mean, they were so amazing, and they told the story so well with their performances, and especially just wanting to give special call out to Jason with this, with Viren. Jason has always been an amazing actor throughout the entire series, and I think season 5, episode 9 was his best performance as Viren. And if it's his last one, it's a hell of a note to go out on.
Oh, definitely. So, alrighty. Trying to be like, all right, like that's it, but it's such a somber tone. Let me see. Before we kind of wrap up,
quick predictions for season 6.
Do we want to do predictions for season 6? We're not going to be talking about like anything that's already been shown because we know purists are out there, don't want anything. These are just theories, thoughts, ideas. So let's do Abby. Well, real quick, let's do Abby, Avery, back to me. I'll kind of wrap up my thoughts for season 6, and then we'll end there. So, Abby,
yeah, Abby's gotta go.
What you got?
I had to go remember what season 6 was called again.
Stars.
What's Stars?
Yeah, Stars.
Stars. Season 7 is Dark.
Okay, so I think they finally. I think season 6 they're definitely going to end up at the whatever it was called
Star
again.
Scraper.
I said it. Huh?
Star Scraper.
Yeah, they'll end up at the Star Scraper and everything. I'm hoping season 6 they actually end up freeing Rayla's parents. That's one. I would kill for a meet the parents and get the parents' approval, especially not just the parents, but Rayla's second dad's approval, because that would be hilarious. I want it. I want it.
I feel like Rayla's parents would love him, but Runan would freaking hate him.
I don't know. I feel like because based off of things said, I think like out of everyone, I feel like it's gonna be her mom that's not gonna like him.
I feel like Rayla's biological dad will love him. Yes.
Yes, dad will love him. Dad will love him and just be like, I love him. He is the best. Yes, supportive. But I feel like it's gonna be her mom that's just gonna be like, you're not good enough for my daughter.
Runan's gonna be like, I told you to kill the prince, not kiss the prince. Also, wrong prince.
It's just like, you need to prove it. But because she was the more hardworking of the two, and the more like it seemed like the stricter of the two. So I feel like but I had to go look up her parents recently for D&D stuff. But I also feel like, goodness, what else do I think? A kiss. Better get a kiss. I also want the first time for them to actually call themselves boyfriend and girlfriend, because they've never actually called themselves boyfriend and girlfriend. Had to look back. Only Terry and Claudia called themselves boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't think Janai and Amaya have even referred to themselves as fiancés.
Yeah, they just said we're married. We're getting married.
I mean, that
Which
is
was
good.
interesting. This says we're getting married. Surprise! Well, everyone else figured that out. I think there was one other thing I wanted to predict what happened. Mm, yeah, I think that's my big ones right now.
Okay. So we got Avery.
On to me, I guess.
Yep.
Actually, funny fact, I didn't mention this with episode 4. I hope you know I know. Somebody accidentally told me that was gonna happen.
Oh.
I knew that like 3 weeks in advance. Somebody accidentally let slip that they have a basically confession. So thanks, police.
Yay!
That was the exact wording that was used. They were just like, it's basically a confession. So that was fun to keep to myself for weeks. I also know something that will be happening in season 6 and 7, but they are very vague, so I don't know any exacts, so I'm not gonna go near those. Jack DeSena told me one of those, so that was fun. He's very sweet. But for me, prediction wise, I think we might get one kiss, hopefully, praying. But I think, and this is coming from the writer, they described seasons 5 and 6 as basically being the Empire Strikes Back of the show. Where we got a bit of that with season 5, definitely with the ending, but I think season 6 is going to do good. We know season 6 is going to get dark. I think season 6 is going to end very badly for the protagonists. I don't think a lot of people are predicting this. I don't think Callum's going to go evil. If he does, it's not going to be willingly. I don't think it's going to end with him permanently possessed by Erebos. I hope it doesn't. I feel like he is going to get possessed by Erebos a few times. I feel like I have a scene just in my head, and I've played it out so many times. I feel like the climax, like the emotional climax for Callum and Rayla next season, will be him getting possessed, but Callum like breaks through for a moment and is like begging Rayla to kill him. I feel like we're gonna get that moment, and I don't want it, but I feel like it's gonna happen. I hope we get more Ezrin, please. I love him. He's the best. Please let me see my little boy.
I want to counter that. I want more. I want to see Anya again.
Oh,
yes.
yes.
And we do have confirmation that. Well, actually, no. Anya is coming back. The teaser.
We're not supposed to talk about teaser stuff.
That's just teaser stuff.
It's just teaser. I'm sorry, Pierce.
I don't see her in the teaser. I'm looking at the teaser right now. She ain't in the teaser.
I know she was in it for like half a second.
If she was in,
either way,
she ain't in. She ain't in the teaser.
She comes back and she's all grown up.
It might have been from the flashback portion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know they've confirmed Ellis and Ava are coming back, but I don't know about Anya. I don't know if it's season 6 either. They just said Ellis and Ava will show up at some point. I really hope that if Viren is dead for good, I hope they don't have him as like a ghost. I don't want him to be like haunting Claudia. That would be, I think that would take away from what happened. If he is alive, cool. If he's dead, don't bring him back unless it's for like flashbacks. I think that oh god, I could do like a whole thing with just my
how about one more prediction,
okay,
and
one
then
more.
Uno mas.
I think that in terms of the Nova Blade, because we know that they're probably gonna go get it. The big discussion, because we did see a poster of Callum and Rayla going to what looks like the Star Scraper. I don't know. So a lot of people are just like, well, who's gonna get the Nova Blade, Callum or Rayla? And I'm just thinking, I think there's going to be a new person joining the group and they'll get the Nova Blade, or nobody gets the Nova Blade. Part of this is because I don't want Callum to get it, because if Callum gets it, I'm afraid for everybody within a 50-foot radius of him. And if Rayla gets it, I'm going to go after Aaron Ehaz, because that means I have to make another prop for Rayla. And she doesn't need more weapons. She could just go back to using her sword. Because like she'll give Renan out of the coin. She can give him the bow back. She could go back to using her swords. But I feel like neither Callum or Rayla is going to wield the Nova Blade in the end. I feel like either they'll like put it away for safekeeping for the future. A new person will join the group and they'll get the Nova Blade, or it'll get destroyed somehow. I don't know. But, and actually one quick last thing, I think season 6 will end with Erebos getting out.
It's all good theories. Yeah. Speculation, nothing really confirmed, unless of course you've seen teaser trailers, you've seen posters, whatever the official Dragon Prince has posted as well.
Or the episode synopsis.
Yeah, so we have
the teaser trailer that was mentioned is on the official Instagram and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I mentioned it, because I was looking at there to try to see if I could remember what the other thing I was thinking of, and I couldn't remember what it was I was trying to think of. I was like,
oh, you're good. Okay, so just two quick things on my end. Predictions, theories, whatever the case may be. Rayla and Callum, please, oh please, have a heart-to-heart. Communication is key in every single relationship. So, yeah. So I'm hoping that they just talk it out. They don't keep dragging this on, because frankly, it's getting frustrating and stuff. It's just, you need to have this conversation. And they need to do it uninterrupted. They need to make sure that they at least have like some fair fighting rules, like, we're not going to talk over one another, we're not going to raise our voices. If we need a break, that's fine. And I think that would be also healthy to show people as well, because the Dragon Prince is technically like a children's show, so I think that would also be helpful in a way. And secondly, I'm hoping that if we do see any new elves, I think there might be like a new elf, especially the Star Touch elves or any elves related to star magic. I think star magic is one of the oldest magics in the Dragon Prince. So I think they would know more about the history, the underlying stuff. I just want to know more about the magic, as well as have more dragons, obviously, like more dragons, pretty dragons. Bring back Domina Profundus. Give my girl justice. So, but yeah, I'm wondering if we just get, even for like half an episode, just talking about magic, even the dark magic, how it works, how it flows and stuff. I know there's Wiki, there's Callum's spell book, which I got and I was like reading a little bit of, but it's not enough. I always need more. It's like I'm lore driven, so in any show, and this show, it's like there's definitely some cracks. I have a few minor quibbles I'm not going to get into here, but I would like an explanation on magic, please. And that's it. Oof.
I found Anya. She was not in the teaser trailer. She is in season 6 because she was in the trailer for the video game, and it is an updated design. That's why I mixed it up. She's in the trailer for Zadia. They show clips from season 6 in the Zadia trailer.
Yes, the new game that's coming out. So I think they released both on the same day, because I even get confused of like which clips. So it's totally okay.
Because you saw the celestial elves. You saw Rayla like leaping at a giant dragon, which was insane. I cannot. Oh gosh, it was so cold. I got to play test that game, and it was such an honor getting to.
I don't think we're allowed to talk about it though. Don't think anyone's allowed to talk about it. But game incoming, so lots of fun stuff.
We're allowed to say if we play tested.
Ta-da! So yes, so there's games, season 6, season 7 is also in the works. No release date, so make sure that you follow and check out the Dragon Prince on social media. Make sure you watch the show on Netflix. Make sure to support it. It is amazing, it is awesome, and it is grand. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap up here. So thank you everyone for listening, watching the podcast. Thank you to Miko-chan. Thank you to Avery Marie for joining and discussing the Dragon Prince Season 5, which was about Ocean. So hopefully you all stay tuned for more Demon Media and all that fun jazz. Make sure to check out all the socials down below. And hopefully we will see you. Oh, it's cute. Hopefully we will see you in the next episode. Bye bye.